This is Audible.
Christmas at Last Chance Lodge. Written by C.E. Graham. Narrated by Sarah Jane Bookman. Chapter 1. Bridget Harmon's high-heel shoes clicked on the tile floor as she made her way to her office. White floors, white ceiling, the only splash of color in the hallway came from the different outfits she spotted through the glass office fronts. Fillmore Claring, the owner of Claring Meadows Hotels, liked to walk down the hall and see who was working and who wasn't. The posh high-end resorts were run through this central hub in Atlanta. Bridget's pleated plaid miniskirt moved up and down as she walked. Not too far up, she hoped. Bridget paused in front of the office of Harold Claring, the grandson of Fillmore, to flip her dark brown hair off her shoulder. Making sure no one saw her, she stuck her tongue out at him, then proceeded on her way. The tall, dark-haired man scowled, as he did every morning when she stuck her tongue out at him, but then went back to the paperwork on his desk. As Bridget entered the room, Kate, her office mate, glanced up. Unlike Harold, Bridget had to share an office. "Good morning, Bridget." Kate's pale face looked up at her. Blonde hair and blue eyes, Kate wore deep red lipstick that stood out like a neon sign on a dark street. Bridget tried to tell her over and over again it didn't go with her complexion at all. "But it was on sale. I bought a lot of it," Kate would reply. It wasn't worth the words anymore. "You're here on time or I'm late." Glancing down at her watch, Bridget said, "Nope, you're here on time. I wanted to smile at Harold on the way past before you stuck your tongue out at him and made him mad." "Stay away from that man. He's nothing but trouble." Kate folded her arms. "He's kinda cute and definitely rich. A girl could do a lot worse. Besides, he's settled down a lot since that last sexual harassment lawsuit." "A girl could do a lot better, too. I don't know if there's room in his heart for anyone but himself. The only one who thinks he's cute is him. You know he has a mirror on his desk? Everyone else in this office has a picture of their mother or family. I don't know why Fillmore puts up with him." Fillmore had taken Bridget under his wing when she first came to the company straight out of college. He had shown her the ropes and worked to get her up and running in her job. It had been a great job until she caught the eye of Harold. After having flowers sent to her desk and her home and a barrage of being asked out repeatedly, he had gone up to the line of inappropriate and sailed right over it. She had to finally complain to Fillmore, who put a stop to it. "Well," Kate stood up, "I'm going to go get another cup of coffee and maybe Harold will notice me." Bridget ignored her and logged onto her computer. Her first order of business was to deal with all the emails. A few minutes later, Kate rushed back into the office and shut the door behind her. "You'll never guess what I heard." Bridget hated guessing games and had always refused to participate. "You're right. When I was getting coffee, I overheard Harold talking to Fillmore. Harold said he wanted you gone, and Fillmore replied—" Kate stopped to giggle. "Fillmore replied, 'Why? Just because she doesn't swoon over you?' And Harold replied he couldn't stand your snotty attitude. Fillmore explained to him how resort bookings had gone up 20% since you took over the sales position. After a few back and forths, Fillmore told him you were too good to lose. They stopped talking when they spotted me, so I left. So, the little weasel's trying to get me fired. He'll pay for this. Now, be nice, Bridget. I didn't tell you all that to get you stirred up. Remember the part where he said you were too valuable to lose?" "That was nice to hear. I'll believe it more when I get a pay raise. Meanwhile, I'm not going to be valuable if you keep talking." "I'm doing it again, aren't I? Sorry." Kate sat down in front of her computer. A few minutes later, she whispered, "You don't think he's cute?" "No. Still, do you think I have a chance?" "Not with that lipstick." Kate sighed. On her way to deliver some papers, Bridget saw Fillmore pacing back and forth in his office, as he often did when he had something troubling him. His thinning gray hair had just enough coverage to hide the top of his head. At 6'2", he was a man she could look up to, literally. Before she could turn back, Fillmore noticed her and motioned her in. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you." No. It's a family matter, something I should never be dealing with at work, but it's hard not to be dealing with it at work when the problem is here." He pointed towards Harold's office. She nodded. "Here are the reports you asked for." She handed them to him, but he threw them on his desk instead of looking at them. Listen, I have 2 issues, and I think you're the answer to both. I have a grandson who I need to get rid of, but I can't until late December when my resort in the Bahamas is complete. He'll take over there, and I'll get him out of here. Meanwhile, however, I can't have the 2 of you under the same roof. I can't get rid of him, or my daughter will never talk to me again. Am I getting fired, sir? She felt the blood drain out of her face. No. Don't be ridiculous. The other issue I have is the lodge I own in Bonn, New Hampshire. The lovely Lucy Lodge. My father built it and named it after my mother, Lucy Claring. What a sweet woman she was. He went on to other things, so I took it over. It was my first hotel, and from there an empire was born. It's been struggling along for years, just holding its own. But now the Bullards, a group of investors who don't have a clue how to run a hotel, are building one in Baden. My accountants tell me that 2 hotels in that small town isn't sustainable. I'm sending you up there to run it until Harold clears out. I'm hoping you can prove my accountants wrong. I would hate to lose that lodge. If it all goes south, no worries. I'll bring you back here to take over his old job when he leaves. Do I have a choice? Of course, you have a choice. He cleared his throat. Well, no, not really. I want to keep you, just not here. It's October. Isn't it cold in New Hampshire? No, it's not cold. His eyes widened. It's freezing. Cold doesn't even begin to describe it. Listen, here's the deal. I'll move you up there. I'll give you a 15% raise for going. And it has a small apartment built right in the building where you can live, so you won't even need to rent a place. 20% and I'll do it. What am I thinking? She asked herself. Am I mad? But she had gotten caught up in the moment. Make it 21, and we have a deal. I always like to have the last word in a negotiation, even when I'm losing badly. Makes me feel like I've won. She smiled and held out her hand. It's a deal. He shook her hand. She liked shaking hands with him. The large and warm hands reminded her of his large and warm heart. You don't have to move me out there. I have a furnished apartment here in Atlanta. I can fit everything I own in the back of my SUV. Even better. That somewhat makes up for the raise I gave you. Take the rest of the week off. I'll have Harold take on your work package, since this is all his fault anyway. I'll let them know you'll be up there on Monday. Grabbing a box out of the supply room, she went to her office and packed up her personal stuff, including the picture of her mother. What are you doing? Kate asked. I've been given my own hotel to manage. You'll be reporting directly to Harold now. Oh, congratulations! Your very own hotel to manage. Wow, and at your age. Well, Kate, it's been great working with you. I'll probably be back in about 4 months, so this isn't even goodbye. She hugged her. On her way out of the office, she stopped in front of Harold's, waited until he took notice of her, then stuck out her tongue. This time he smiled and waved. What did that smile mean? Does he think he won this round? He has to know his grandfather can't stand him. She whirled back towards the exit and made her way out, not as happy as she'd been a minute ago. Chapter 2. Not being the type to sit and wait for a job interview, Bryce Jacobson paced back and forth in the office of James Bullard. The walls were a buttery cream color, the type of color someone uses when they can't decide on a real color. The carpet was so plush, Bryce felt he was walking on a mattress. The office assistant looked from her computer occasionally to roll her eyes at the pacing Bryce, then she'd go back to what she was doing. When he heard the door handle click, he quickly sat down and picked up a magazine. Realizing he had it upside down, he flipped it over. The office assistant rolled her eyes again. Another person, about his age, left the office. James came out in a neatly pressed suit, white shirt, and blue tie. He could have been the poster boy for modern American business. I hope you didn't have to wait long. I'm James. I'm glad to meet you. He looked down at the resume in his hand. Mr. Craig. No, it's Jacobson. James flipped through the resumes until he found it. Ah, yes, there you are, Mr. Jacobson. Come on in. As Bryce entered the room, he noticed the windows which looked down on 34th Avenue. Impressive. You should see the Macy's parade from here. Simply amazing. Anyway, have a seat. There were 2 plush chairs in front of the huge mahogany desk. James sat down behind the desk in a bigger chair still. I'll cut straight to the chase. He consulted the resume again. Bryce. Looking back up, he continued. I'm having a hard time filling this position. I've interviewed 20 people today for the job, but either they don't have the hotel experience or they don't want to live in that small, cold town. You are my dream candidate. You have a degree in hospitality management, and you've run hotels before. My question to you is, would you be willing to relocate to Icicle, New Hampshire? That's what I call Baden anyway. I'm from Baden, sir. I've always wanted to return home. There aren't a lot of hotels there. In my line of work, it hasn't been possible until now. Wow, excellent. I'll have to talk to my colleagues, and I have 2 more interviews to get to, but it's looking good so far. I'm going to put your resume at the top of the stack. Bryce watched as James set his resume to the side. A dozen resumes sat in the waste paper basket, and 2 others sat in the inbox. As Bryce walked out of the office door, he went over to talk to the office assistant. She had a bun in her brown hair and wore glasses, but wasn't bad looking. Say, it was nice meeting you. Would you want to grab some coffee sometime? Sure. That would be lovely. Here. She fumbled through her desk drawer. Here's my card with my cell number on it. I'm free tomorrow at 8, if that works. A little overeager, perhaps. Sure. That works great. Pick you up here? Yes, I'd love that. Bryce hadn't made it out of the office before James called the next person in. Mr. Craig, I presume. No, I'm Reeves. Susan, when is Mr. Craig coming in? He called and canceled when he found out where he might be working. Oh, too bad. Reeves piped up. Is there a problem with the location? Nowhere cold, I hope. I don't like the cold. The door closed behind them. Bryce couldn't hear the rest of the conversation. Susan smiled and winked. See you in the morning. 8 it is. In the morning? I thought I was asking her out for tomorrow night. Good thing she said something. I should have asked her to dinner. Dinner is always at dinner time. He made his way out the door and down the elevator. The people up and down 34th Avenue were shoulder to shoulder, it seemed to him, when he walked out onto it. He made his way down the subway and home to the Upper East Side. He lived in and managed a boutique hotel with 40 rooms. He would be doubling that if they offered him the job. Why would you need 80 rooms in Baden, New Hampshire? The men he would be working for weren't hoteliers. Well, did you get the job? John, the desk clerk, asked as Bryce entered. Won't know until tomorrow. It's looking good, though. Nobody else wants to live in the foothills of Mount Washington. It does sound cold. You have some emails from the boss. She marked one of them urgent. Boy, she's going to wish she treated you better. I might have a desk clerk position open. Do you want to move out of here, too? John shivered. You lost me at foothills of Mount Washington. Bryce sat down at his computer and checked his email. The boss wanted the exact same reports he had sent her the day before. She didn't mince words at her request, even questioning his parentage. I'm going to be so glad to get out of here. He resent the same reports and explained that he had sent them yesterday. They weren't even due until the next day. He had been so happy to get them done early, but none of that mattered now. She wouldn't be satisfied. The woman was never satisfied. Greedy. That word always came to mind when dealing with her. She wanted double the profits, but wasn't willing to put a dime into the hotel to fix it up. Ignoring the rest of her emails, he grabbed some food out of his tiny refrigerator. The small apartment attached to the hotel had been one of the reasons he took the job, but now she was wanting to turn that into a hotel room. So far, he had talked her out of it, but she mentioned it every time he talked to her. I can't afford to live in New York with the wages you are paying me, he explained over and over again. In the morning, he picked up Susan at her work. She stood in front of the building, so he didn't have to go all the way upstairs to get her. Your boss doesn't mind you not being in the office? Bryce asked. We don't start until 10, so we have all morning together. I know this lovely coffee shop just around the corner. The aroma of 20 different types of coffee hit him as they walked in. The place had glass-paneled arched doorways. Wood shelving held the different glass jars full of all sorts of coffee blends. Round tables and ladder-back chairs finished the look. The two of them sat and made small talk for an hour. Bryce had waited a while to ask if she thought he had the job. He didn't want her to feel that was the only reason he had invited her to coffee. It was the only reason, but he didn't want her thinking that. So, how are the interviews going? Has James selected someone yet? Well, I think you're the only one left in the running. They have 2 choices: start the process all over again or hire you. I'm hoping they start the process all over again, however. I don't want you to leave. I'm just getting to know you. He nearly spit out the mouthful of his drink, luckily swallowing it before he did. Clearing his throat, he said, "Oh, yes, you're adorable. And to think you asked me out in the morning. That shows true commitment. My friend Hannah told me that. She says if a man asks you out for dinner or something like that, he's only thinking the date will last a long time and, well, he's only thinking of one thing. In the morning, however, he must really want to get to know you because, well, there just isn't time for that one thing before work." What are you talking about? Wow, really? Your friend Hannah must have us guys figured out. Tell me, by chance, is Hannah with a guy now? No, they only want to ask her for dinner. She, of course, refuses those requests for obvious reasons. I see. Oh, my, look at the time. I've got to go. But hey, it was great talking to you. If your boss mentions he wants to hire me, tell him yes. She put her hands on her hips. What about us? Us? There is no us. Oh, Baden really isn't that far. I'm sure your boss will let you stay at the hotel for a discount. He owns it after all. She blushed and then leaned over and kissed his cheek. You think of everything, don't you? I try. He rushed back down to the subway. Checking behind him to make sure she wasn't following him, he finally relaxed. What on earth just happened? Does she think I'm her boyfriend now? I hope she doesn't actually show up. Chapter 3. The trip had gone well for Bridget until the last 12 miles. With a light snow coming down, the road had only a dusting, but a slick corner caused her to spin out and slide off the side of the road. She hopped out of her red SUV and kicked the tires. Getting in again, she put it in drive to get back on the road. The tires spun, causing it to only dig deeper into the soft mud at the edge of the highway. A sheriff's car soon pulled behind her. The tall man with a mustache put his hat on his head when he stepped out, hiding his graying hair. Having trouble, ma'am? No, I'm digging in just fine. Don't you plow the roads around here when it snows? The sheriff laughed. Oh, ma'am, this isn't snow. She put her hands on her hips. What do you call it, then? This ain't nothing. I only call it snow when it's above your head. Let's get you fished out of here. He opened the door to her SUV. Scratching his head, he walked to the back and looked under it. I'll be. I ain't never seen such a thing. It's only got front-wheel drive. Why on earth would they make an SUV with only front-wheel drive? You don't need all-wheel drive in the South, she commented. Why would a Southerner come up here? It's warmer down there, you know. She rolled her eyes. I know. He pulled his car behind her after putting her car in neutral. With her manning the brakes, he pushed her slowly with his bumper guards until her SUV was back on the road. Then, pulling up next to her, he rolled down his window. The trick to driving in snow for someone who doesn't know is dope. He smiled at her. Have a good day, ma'am. Then he drove away. How rude, she huffed. Putting it into gear, she crept into town. Following the directions on her phone, she pulled into the lovely Lucy Lodge. It was an eyeful, a 3-story building with a Bavarian-looking front. It had large timbers supporting each level. The building was green with red shutters. The pitch of the roof was steep to the extreme. At least each room had a balcony. It looks like the tacky Christmas present Aunt Mildred overwraps with bows and ribbons everywhere. By the time you get it open, you don't want it anymore. She stared at the building for a good 15 minutes. I could go back. I can find a job in Atlanta. She shook the thoughts from her mind when she saw the snow increasing. I'm stuck here until the spring thaw. Stepping out of her car, she picked up her cat. Poor Mr. Brooks. You've had a day. Holding the black and white long-haired cat, she walked into the lodge, pulling her suitcase behind her. Standing there in the lobby, it too reminded her of being stuck in the 60s. Dark wood paneling, thin wood furniture with odd colors of dull yellow and off green. The fireplace in the center of the lobby was the only thing she liked. Achoo! Excuse me, ma'am. Achoo! You're not allowed to bring pets in here. Achoo! Especially cats. The woman behind the desk pulled out a handkerchief and blew her nose. Her normally blue eyes were now red, which matched her hair. Her pink dress showed off her slim figure well. Hi, I'm the new manager, Bridget. What if you give me the key to the manager's apartment and I put the cat in there? I'll wash my hands and change my blouse, then come back out and grab the rest of my stuff. Achoo! Deal! She tossed the keys to Bridget from across the room. Thanks. Where am I going? Just to the left of the exit sign, in the back. The woman held the handkerchief over her mouth and nose. I'll be right back. Bridget unlocked the apartment and shut the door behind her. Green shag carpeting? She shuddered. The inside of the apartment's decor matched the lobby perfectly, except for the floor. I've gone back in time. No matter, I've got a job to do. Setting the cat down, she threw her suitcase on the couch and found a blouse to change into. She checked out the rest of the apartment, 3 bedrooms, a living room, a den, and a kitchen she could feed a small army out of. The view was by far the best part. The hotel was situated on a hill. The back of her apartment had a balcony which opened up to a meadow with a creek running through it. Mount Washington loomed large just beyond the small valley. She gasped. Oh my. For the longest time, she stood and stared. Then, remembering the receptionist, she trudged back out into the lobby. Hi, my name is Bridget. Lillian. Sorry, I have allergies. She smiled as she shook her hand. I was expecting someone older and, well, male. I guess I'm just old-fashioned. I've never worked for a female boss before. Charles was older. In fact, he retired. Oh, I'm sure it's the same as working for a man, just with a softer voice. How long have you been working here? Ever since I graduated high school, about 3 years ago. Listen, I've got to get the rooms cleaned before I go home. Since Charles left, I've been locking the till and setting out a bell for them to ring, so if there's someone here, I'll know. What? You clean the rooms? Yes. In the afternoons, either Charles or I man the desk, and the other one clean the rooms. Without him, I've had to use the bell. It doesn't matter at this time of year. We don't have many people staying here. I just have 2 rooms to clean, but I can't go home until I get them done. Come on, I'll help you clean. My first official act as a new hotel manager is to scrub the toilets. This isn't going in my journal. What time do you go home? Lillian set the bell on the desk. 5. What happens after 5 if a customer comes in? I leave my phone number on the wall so they can call me, and I come rushing right over. Why didn't Charles hire more staff? He had to show a profit or Fillmore would shut us down, so we trudged through as best as we could. How did you handle it when it gets busy? Bridget asked. Oh, Charles's younger sisters come help us out during the busy season. I don't know if they're coming this year, however. I guess we'll need to find that out. When's the rush? The whole month of December we're booked full. It's how we make it through the rest of the year financially. The Bonn Christmas Festival draws in people from miles around. There isn't anything going on during the summer? Yes, lots of stuff. But the fancier hotels in other towns get the crowds. We'll have to fix that. Bridget looked around at the room as she cleaned. Still stuck in the 60s, she thought. At least it didn't have shag carpeting. Who does the maintenance? Charles still does it. All I have to do is give him a call. It's 5 o'clock. Looks like we're all set here. All I need is a password for your point-of-sale system, and you can go home. What? You don't have a point-of-sale system? Okay. Just give me the password for the computer and I'll figure it out from there. Lillian shrugged. We don't have a computer. How do you keep track of the sales and reservations? Lillian pointed. Let me show you. She led her over to the bookcase behind the desk. Here are the past registers. She opened one up. Then picking up another book, this one color-coded, she said, This is our upcoming registrations. We write them in pencil until they pay, then we go back over it in pen. See, it's pretty sparse until the end of November. After Thanksgiving, it'll go crazy. Tonight, we only have the Johnsons, a couple in their 40s. They come about every 3 months to visit their daughter. They'll be in around 6 tonight. Where is your credit card machine? We don't take credit cards. It's cash only. Same price all year round, too. $49. It's easy to remember that way. Bridget had heard enough. You have a good night. I think I've got this. No, I don't. I don't even know where to start with this place. Good night. Lillian headed out the door. Bridget took all the books off the shelf and spread them out across the reception desk. Finding some typing paper, she began to take notes on the things she needed to get, including a point-of-sale system, web page, credit card machine, mailing list, key cards for the doors, and all the other things she assumed this hotel already had. She was still totally engrossed when the Johnsons walked into the door. Looking up, she said, "Hello, welcome to the Lucky Lucy Lodge. The Lovely Lucy Lodge. We have reservations. You must be the Johnsons." She walked over to the cash box. Locked, and Lillian didn't leave me a key. She scanned the pile of books on the desk. She couldn't begin to guess which one was the current one. Today's your lucky day. The room is free. Chapter 4. Good morning, Fillmore. Do I have a budget to renovate anything down here? Bridget asked. Well, I do give my hotels money to keep things up to date. Fillmore paused. Charles said everything was perfect. He barely asked for any money at all for upgrades. It helped to keep him in the black that way. What on earth would you want to change anyway? Well, we could start with the neon green shag carpeting in the apartment and... The shag carpeting? No! I had to special order that. It goes so well with the decor. It's only a couple of years old. Do you know how hard it is to find shag carpeting these days? Besides, Charles loved it. It's a lot better than the pink shag carpeting we had when I was there. She covered the receiver so Fillmore couldn't hear her massive sigh. Okay, the shag carpeting stays. But can I at least redecorate the lobby? I feel like I'm traveling through a time warp every time I walk in there. I also need to buy a computer system and get a web page going so I bring this hotel into the current century and not have it 40 years in the past. Okay, you have a point. Send me the bill. The thing about the decor is it lends a natural charm to the lodge. It hasn't been charming in 40 years. I guess. I just don't want to see the old girl change. But since you're in charge... She waited for a minute, but he didn't finish. Was that a sniffle I heard? You'll love what I do to the place. I promise. Okay, keep me posted. All right. She hung up the phone. That didn't go well. She looked down at the shag carpet. Just because the two of us are spending more time together doesn't mean we're friends. Going out into the lobby, she spotted Lillian trying to organize the books. I told you I'd do that. Yes, but it wouldn't be the way I wanted it done, and since I'm using these more than you are, I want to do it my way. Snotty redhead. Fine. It doesn't matter. I'm going to order a point-of-sale system and a new computer system. Those will be all outdated in a day or two anyway. Lillian's eyes went wide. Why? I don't know how to use a point-of-sale system. No worries. The installation comes with a class on how to use the system. We'll be up to speed in no time. Meanwhile, I need a computer. Where can I get one of those around here? I don't know. We have to order those big-ticket items over the internet. I guess that would be all right, as long as it makes it here by Friday. I'll have it express shipped. Lillian shook her head. What does shaking your head mean? No one express ships to here. It'll take 2 weeks to get it. I'm going to take a drive then. I have to have a computer by Friday. That's when the point-of-sale people are coming. Where is the nearest computer store? That would probably be Berlin. It's an hour south of here. That's it. I'm going to go buy one then. She grabbed her keys and headed towards the door. When she opened it, she stopped in her tracks. It's snowing. Lillian came from behind the desk to look over her shoulder. That isn't snow. It's barely dustin'. Bridget stomped her foot. You people around here don't understand. If that hit the Atlanta area, the whole town would be shut down. Lillian shrugged. We're not in Atlanta, and that's not snow. Fine, Bridget snarled. Here are my car keys and here's my charge card. Go down to Berlin and buy the nicest computer they have. You can even take yourself out to lunch on me. Gee, thanks. That sure is a nice car you have. Lillian almost ran to the car. She had an ear-to-ear smile when she drove off. Bridget busied herself at the front desk. Straightening things up, she noticed the cash box. She took the key again. It was too much. She hasn't gotten far. I'll have her come back. Finding the sign Lillian had for after-hours customers to call, she gave Lillian a ring. Hello? Country music blared in the background. You took the key to the cash box. What will I do if someone comes in? Oh, I forgot to tell you. The key is under it. That's where Charles wanted it anyway. Bridget picked up the box, and sure enough, there sat the key. Thank you. She hung up. They can't do that in the city, but this is a small town. Thinking about it, she decided she didn't care how small the town was. She wasn't going to leave the key under the cash box. A couple walked through the door a minute later. Do you have any rooms available? Oh, let me see. I might be able to fit you in. She flipped open the book and saw that, except for the Johnsons, all the rooms were open. You're in luck. I have a room left. What brings you to Baden? Nothing. The wife elbowed him. Our car slid off the road with the snow. We damaged something in the hub. I know, it's really slick out there. I can't believe how much snow there is and so early. Where are you from? The wife smiled. We're from Atlanta. Me too. Well, I used to be from Atlanta. I just moved up a few days ago. How long will you be staying? Oh, just a few days. They have to order a part. We have to wait until it gets in. 2 weeks. I bet it's here in 2 weeks. Great. That will be $154 with tax. The man handed her a charge card. You don't happen to have any cash, do you? I can't accept a charge card until Friday when my computer system is up and operating. I don't carry that much on me. Sorry. She drummed her finger for a second. I'll tell you what. When you can get to a cash machine, you can pay me then. Meanwhile, here is the key to your room. You're in room 5. Take a left when you get to the hallway. Thank you. 3.5 hours later, Lillian came back. Did you know your car doesn't have all-wheel drive? I slid off the road just south of town. Luckily, Sheriff Joe came by and pushed me out. He says he's pushed that car out before. He called your car a menace to society. Did he tell you not to try and drive in snow too? Bridget asked. No, but he did say not to drive your car in snow again. Did you get the computer? Yes, of course. Lillian went outside and brought in a big box. Using the Quick Start guide, the two women set it up onto the check-in desk. Computer, printer, and modem were all wired up together. When Bridget went to plug it in, she noticed there were no nearby plugs. There's one down the hall. I can get an extension cord at the hardware store, Lillian suggested. That would look so tacky. I want an electrician. Do we have one of those here in town? I'll call Charles. If he can't do it, he can find someone who can. While we're at it, do we have a local contractor too? Yes, we have one of those, Lillian replied. George. He's the best. He's also a good friend of Charles. I think he's available now that the other hotel in town is pretty much complete. He's worked for the enemy? Lillian giggled. There's only one contractor in town. He works for everybody. You make it sound so ominous. Fine, I'll give him a call, but meanwhile, let's get Charles over here. In case we can't get an outlet to the front desk, can you go get that extension cord? Not a small one, but a big, thick one. I'm on my way. Lillian reached in her pockets and took out Bridget's keys and handed them to her. Here, before I forget, I'll take my own car from now on. Mine has all-wheel drive. Mine has all-wheel drive. Bridget smirked after Lillian had gone. Then she gasped. I can't go anywhere in that car without sliding off the road. I'm stuck. Are you okay? Bridget hadn't heard the customer come in. You look like you saw a ghost. Bridget stammered. No, I was thinking to myself. Must have been some terrible thoughts then. I need a room. I don't have reservations. Yes, let me check you in. I'm hoping you have cash. We don't have a credit card machine yet. Sure, no problem. A half hour later, Lillian walked back in. Here's the cord. Thanks. Bridget pointed. Let's set it up and see if it works. With the computer plugged in, they started it up. Bingo. An old gray-haired man with a large smile walked in a few minutes later. He had a beer belly, but looked fit otherwise. Charles, Lillian said, then went and hugged him. I heard you need something fixed around here. This is Bridget, the new manager. She wants electrical outlets by the front desk. Bridget shook his hand. It's so good to meet you. Why on earth do you need electrical outlets by the desk? He asked. She said it slowly while pointing. Computer. Ah! He looked down the hall at the bright orange extension cord. Never had need of them newfangled computers. A pen and a piece of paper work just fine. I see the problem now. That extension cord looks tacky. Bridget had had about enough of the man by this point. Not near as tacky as bright green shag carpeting. He laughed. I thought it was the best thing about this hotel. I had Fillmore order it special. If he ever gets rid of it, let me know. I'll get to work right away. My usual fees apply. He walked down the hall. Bridget leaned over to Lillian. What are his usual fees? A hug and a plate of brownies. Chapter 5. Bryce walked into the hotel for the first time. Looking around, he saw the white tile floors and a chandelier in the center of the lobby. The front desk had 2 computer monitors built in so the receptionist could still see the customers while checking them in. White marble accented all the desks and tables. The walls were a light gray. Stunning. Good morning. You must be the new manager. I'm George, the builder. We'll have everything up and running for your grand opening on the weekend. Great. It's a big project for a town this size. We already have a hotel across town. Why do you think they are building one this big? The group did some type of study on it. Their findings told them the market is underutilized around here. I don't know where they get their data. This town doesn't grow very fast. How do you see it? Are you building any other buildings around here? I'm usually in Florida this time of year because it's so slow around here. My brother-in-law owns one of those Art Deco motels down there, and he gives me the room for free during the winter. But this job has held me over, and now I hear there's a remodel for me to do. I may never get out of here. I guess making money is better than spending it. You have to make it to spend it, Bryce replied. Excuse me. Bryce turned to see a man in his 20s in the lobby. I'm Lionel Jones. I've been hired as a desk clerk by the investment group. Who do I report to? I thought I had total say on who hired the staff. Bryce sighed. I'm Bryce, the new manager. You'll report to me. You must be Bill Jones's son. I went to school with your older brother. Yep, that's me. Wow, a real Bodenite. I thought they were hiring someone from the Big Apple. I moved away, but now I'm glad to be back. New York and I didn't get along. I hated my job there. His boss went into full tantrum mode when he told her he was quitting. She tried to talk him out of it, but when he wouldn't talk, she told him to get lost and wouldn't even let him put in a 2 weeks' notice. Welcome home, then. I'm sure this place has changed a lot since you've been gone. Bryce shook his head. Sheriff Joe is still pushing stuck cars out of the snow. Ned still owns the barber shop. And the hardware store is still managed by Carl. It hasn't changed a bit. The faces are a little older, but they're the same faces. Anyway, welcome back. When will I start work? The head office hasn't told me anything about you. I'll have to see what's going on there, but if everything's in order, you'll start Friday. Lionel swallowed. Great. See you Friday. After phoning the offices of the investment group and getting transferred to half a dozen people who didn't have a Lionel Jones in their records, Bryce finally gave up. The last woman he talked to suggested that the paperwork could have been lost between headquarters and there. I'll deal with that on Friday. Meanwhile, he had to hire another receptionist. 3 housekeepers, and a maintenance man. He stepped into his new office and flipped the switch. The desk and the computer were already set up and running. He logged in and went through the software. It was the same program they taught in school, only the upgraded version. A knock came on his office door. He jumped a little as he hadn't been expecting anyone. "Come in." An older man with a goatee and a brown fedora popped his head in. "Hi, I'm Mayor Dudbridge. I'm here to welcome you to our town. It's great to see new businesses come here." "Thank you, Mayor. It's good to be here. If there's anything I can do to help get you settled in, just let me know. Oh, and we have an annual fundraiser for the schools. We meet in the gym of the high school and have the kids bob for apples and fish for candy. All those childhood favorites. We ask for a donation and help with the different activities. Afterward, the adults get together for drinks and snacks. Can we count on you for help? It would be a great way for the people of the town to meet you." Bryce nodded. "Count me in." He shook hands with the mayor, then watched as he left. George peeked into the office. "My crew and I are leaving for the day. I don't have a key to give you yet, so—" "It's okay. I'm on my way out anyway." Bryce took one last look at the hotel. It was nice. Too nice for a small town like this one. He couldn't imagine why they were putting resort-like finishes in a regular hotel. They aren't hoteliers, he concluded. He drove his car up the street, the all-too-familiar street. The house at the end of the block had been painted since he was there last, but its Cape Cod features still stood out. The oak tree that held the tire swing, the upper window on the dormer where his baseball had gone through it, that had taken weeks of allowance money to replace. The crumbling driveway he drove his car up. Almost everything was as he left it. He smiled as the real estate agent came up to him. "We took care of all the small things the renters had messed up. We are so glad to see you back. Here are your keys." "Thanks." Bryce walked into the house for the first time in years. The furniture had been replaced, but the memories hadn't. There, in that sink, he watched again in his mind as his mother washed the blood off his elbow when he skinned it riding his bike. The front door. With the slam of the front door, he watched his father leave, for what he thought was the last time. There, in the middle of the hall, was the door to his old bedroom. Screams echoed in his brain. The screams that wouldn't stop, couldn't stop. Why couldn't he make them stop? Tears welled up in his eyes. Turning, he rushed back out the door. Flagging down the real estate agent, he said, "Sell it. I never want to see it again. Do whatever you need to do to get it ready for market." "Where will you stay?" "I'll stay with my friend across town until Friday. After that, I have a hotel I can stay in until I find a place." "Okay, if you're sure." "I'm sure." He drove off, vowing to never go down that road again. The one-story white house stood on the left side of the road with neighbors a stone's throw away. Parking in the driveway, Bryce strolled up to the door. This house brought back memories too, but good ones. Don waved him in as Bryce walked past the kitchen window on his way to the front door. "Hello, stranger." "Thanks for putting up with me for a few days." Don's smile disappeared. "How was it visiting the old homestead?" "It didn't go well. Too many memories. I couldn't take it." "They were not all bad memories. Remember the day I pushed you too high on that rope swing? You were laughing so hard." Bryce shook his head. "And then I fell out and broke my arm. That isn't a good memory." "Yes, but before that, you were laughing so hard. You have to take the good part of that memory and put the rest of it aside." "I wore that cast for 6 weeks." "There you go again, remembering the bad. Becky Burton gave you that sympathy kiss, right on the lips. You were the talk of the boys' locker room for weeks." "If you put it that way." Bryce sat down. "I don't think it was worth the pain for a short peck on the lips. Since I was in pain anyway, well, I loved that kiss. Speaking of women, what are the prospects like in this town? Not too good, I guess, if you're still a bachelor." "Let's see. There's Lillian. She's pretty hot, but she might be a little on the young side for an old man like you." Bryce rolled his eyes. Go on. Well, Rhea's still around, but she hates my guts. There's a couple of nice gals I date from time to time over in Berlin. Not so much this time of year because of the unpredictable weather. Oh, I almost forgot. Sheriff Joe says there's a new cutie in town. She drives a red SUV. He pushed her back on the road one morning. A new cutie in town, huh? That might be very interesting. Bryce smiled as he leaned back in his chair. Wait a minute. You're not assuming she's yours before you've even met her, are you? There are others of us who would be very interested in a new cutie in town. Don put his hands on his hips. Well, I'm sure she'll check out all the competition and then end up with me. I'll give you and the others a chance. Don playfully slugged him in the arm. I see your ego hasn't been damaged with all that time away. I'm thinking it's time for the two of us to play with that rope swing. Nope, I won't fall for that again. Tell me, whatever happened to Becky Burton? Well, she married Martin and has 3 kids. She's currently pregnant with the 4th. Definitely off the market. Don pulled a casserole out of the oven. Dinner is ready, and I have your bedroom ready to go. You'll have to share because the spare bed is in the gun room and the guns ain't moving. Beggars can't be choosers. Thanks again. Chapter 6. We're checking out. The man smiled as he handed the keys back to Lillian. We haven't paid yet. You haven't paid yet? Okay. How many nights did you stay with us? Just 2. That will be $110 with tax. I had to stop by a cash machine, so all I have is 20s. Do you have change? Oh, there you are. How was your stay? Bridget left her office door open so she could hear the goings-on at the front desk. Bed's comfortable, but everything looks last century-ish. I know. We're working on that. Did they get your car fixed then? They said it would be 2 weeks to get the part, so I took a cab into Berlin and bought it myself and then brought it back to them. This whole town is out of touch with the rest of the country. Drive carefully. You don't want to slide off the road again. It rained last night. The roads are clear, so you should have a safe trip. Lillian screeched and jumped back as a drill came up between her feet. Charles, you nearly drilled a hole at my foot, she yelled through the floor. Sorry, is there anyone standing to the left of you? No. Again, the drill bit came through the floor. The guest shook his head and walked out. I don't think he'll be back, Lillian muttered. That's the trick, isn't it? To get them to come back, that is. A young man with a clipboard and a shirt with Doug over the pocket walked in. There must be some mistake. It says I'm supposed to install a wireless system here, but in the past Charles would never allow it. Bridget folded her arms and tapped her foot. Charles doesn't work here anymore. Just then Charles came around the corner with a smile and a jigsaw. He went behind the desk. The jigsaw vibrated the floor. He doesn't work here anymore, huh? Listen, he's just here to help out. I want that system installed now. It must be up and running by tomorrow, got it? She stomped off to her office. Who is she? That's the new hotel manager. Is she staying in town long? Doug, shame on you. You're married, remember? I never would have gotten married if I knew someone as cute as that was moving to town. I get busy. You don't want to see her mad. Fine. Doug walked back out to get his gear. George passed him on the way out. I'm supposed to talk to a Bridget about doing some work in here. Bridget came out of the office. That's me. I want this room totally gutted. The furniture needs to go, along with the carpet and that terrible wood paneling. I want sheetrock on the walls, painted a nice peach color, wood flooring, and nice leather furniture. Oh, and tile over the brick on the fireplace. Wood flooring doesn't do too good in this part of the country. Wet snow boots with all sorts of grit on them tends to tear it up. I have some nice marble tile left over from my last job. I easily have enough to do your whole floor, and I'll throw it in the deal to get it out of my shop. Even better. Charles popped up from behind the desk. You can't change anything. The lodge will lose its charm. Good. I hate the charm, Bridget said. Fillmore will hear about this. She laughed. He's already approved it. You've been here less than a week, and you're already ruining everything. Don't start on the apartment. She turned to George. I need it all done before the second week of November. Easy. I'll put all my men on it. Thank you. If you do a good job, we'll talk about updating the guest rooms, too. Sounds good. Inside work. Going to love that, and it'll keep us busy during the winter. Have a good day. Please tell me the green shag carpeting is still there. The mauve was awesome too, but I loved that green, Charles said. Tell you what, when I redo the apartment, I'll send the carpeting to you. Bridget sneered. Ah, thank you. I have to run to Berlin for more electrical parts. I'll be back tomorrow to finish up. She softened. He really was a nice man, except for resisting her changes. Thank you for doing this, Charles. See you tomorrow. The internet is in. The customers will have Wi-Fi now in their rooms. I'm downloading the software for the hotel point-of-sale system that you use in all your other locations. I don't think the internet is too fast here because they said it would take 2 hours to download and it's been 4. She looked up as Charles came in. He had thick wires slung over his shoulder and a big box of supplies. Good morning. Good morning, Bridget, he mumbled. Is that Charles? Tell him hi for me, Fillmore said. Fillmore says hi, she yelled as Charles passed. He said hi back. How's he handling the changes? Fillmore asked. He hates them, but he is helping get some outlets to the front desk for the computer. Then the computer screen and the lights went out simultaneously. Ugh! Are you okay? I just lost my 4-hour download. I've got to start over. The power went out. She spotted Charles coming up from the basement with a couple of flashlights in his hands. He handed her one. You'll need this for the next couple of hours until I get the power back on. You turned it off? She shrieked. Had to. I'm not going to work with live wires. He began to whistle while he pulled the wires up from the basement to the new outlet boxes. She walked out the front door. He turned off the power. She could hear Fillmore snickering in the background. Of course he did. And he didn't ask before he did it either. The man knows nothing of downloading files, I'm sure. I don't think he's ever touched a computer in his life. I know he doesn't have an email address. Listen, don't yell at him, but thank him when he's finished. We want him to come back. I know. That's why I left out the front. 4 hours. Sorry. Are there any guests sitting in the dark? No. Luckily, they'll be here later. By then, the power should be back on. Lillian, with a plate of brownies, stopped at the front door. What are you doing out here? I've got to go, boss. See you. Bridget put her phone in her pocket. Charles cut the power in the middle of my download. I'm sitting out here so I won't kill him. I guess I'll go in and pay Charles. Sorry, Lillian replied. Just let me know when he's done. I'm going down to that coffee shop on the corner. Okay. The coffee shop had thick door frames and trim. The chairs were heavy wood and clunky, and the tables were wood veneer. The store had a narrow storefront but went back 40 feet, with tables only on one side. She saw a man with an open computer going over some paperwork. He's cute. Well, hello there, the man behind the counter said. His voice sounded sugary sweet. She cringed inside. What can I get you? Just a coffee, 1 sugar, 1 cream. Coming right up. She sat at the table by the door. The man at the computer gazed up, and for a second their eyes met. He gave her a quick smile and then went back to his paperwork. Light brown hair, blue eyes, strong but not overly muscular. No, he's really cute. The man behind the counter poured her coffee in a New Hampshire is for lovers cup and brought it over to her. Sitting down at the table across from her, he said, Hi, my name is Dawn. Are you moving in or just passing through? I live here for the time being. How much do I owe you for the coffee? For someone as beautiful as you, it's on the house. Can I get a paper cup and lid? Of course. He reached behind the counter and brought her a lid and cup. She poured the coffee into the paper cup and then put a lid on it. Putting a couple of bills on the table, she said, That should cover it. and then she walked out the door. Bridget walked back into the lodge. "Hey, the lights are back on." "I was just about to call you," Lillian said. "I paid Charles and sent him home, then I restarted that download." "Great." Pausing a second to check on the computer. 1%. This is going to take forever. It's really slow. Sipping her coffee, Bridget asked, "Is that guy at the coffee shop always such a lech?" "Oh, Don? Yeah, I hear he comes on strong. I'm told I'm too young for him. He pretty much leaves me alone." He didn't leave me alone. Chapter 7. Bryce closed his computer and gathered his papers. Standing up, he put his arm around Dawn. "That's what I call a strikeout. I don't know what went wrong. I even used my lucky mug on her." He picked up the New Hampshire is for Lovers cup and set it on the counter. "Am I losing my touch?" "You can't lose something you never had." Bryce smiled. "You come on too strong. That scares them away." She must be the cutie Sheriff Joe was talking about. "If she comes back around, I'll show you how it's done." "Gee, thanks for all your help." Don walked back behind the counter and put another pot of coffee on. "Hey, why stumble along when you can learn from a master?" "Get out of here, will you?" "Is everything all set?" "Yes, pastries, cookies, and coffee have already been taken over to the hotel. Your guys will be blown away about how awesome you are." Driving across town, Bryce parked at the hotel. The investment group was there early, so he rushed in to find them eating cookies and drinking coffee in the breakfast nook area. "Bryce, there you are. I was a little surprised you weren't here to greet us," James said. Bryce swallowed. "I had to make a few final arrangements with the coffee shop in town. They're catering all this. I thought you were coming at 10. James scanned his watch. "Oh, that's right. We came early because there's a storm due in this afternoon and we didn't want to get marooned. I hear the snow here is terrible." George came running in a minute later. He looked around the room and spotting Bryce, he took him to the side. "Lionel called me to get down here. We weren't supposed to do the ceremony until after 10. They're worried about the snow." "Snow? What's snow? It's only supposed to accumulate a couple of inches, if that." Bryce shrugged. "Looks like everyone's here. Let's get this party started," James said. Everyone walked outside while Lionel tied a ribbon across the doorframe. James pulled a pair of scissors out of his suit pocket. "It's been almost a year since I came up with a genius idea of starting a hotel chain. We chose this wonderful small town because it is being underutilized by the hospitality industry. We see our future. This hotel is the first of many." James snipped the ribbon. George held the keys out to James. "Here are the keys to your hotel and your bright future here in Baden." James pointed to Bryce. "Give those keys to him." Straightening his tie, he said, "Well, I think we're done here. Let's get back to the city." They all climbed into the Lincoln Navigator and took off. After they left, George said to Bryce, "That was the most pathetic opening ceremony I have ever been to. The local paper won't even be here until 10 and the bigwigs are already gone." "Well, the good news is they barely touched the refreshments. Come on, there's hot chocolate, coffee, and pastries. Oh, and those cookies made by Maud. They are the best in all of northern New Hampshire. I'm starting that new project today, but I guess it can wait. I figured we'd be here until 11. My men won't be showing up until noon. Hot chocolate and cookies sound great." When they entered the room, Lionel had already helped himself to some of the refreshments. A pile of cookies and 2 pastries sat next to a coffee mug on the reception desk. When Bryce looked his way, Lionel said, "I'm ready for business, boss." "I see that." After collecting a pastry and a cup of coffee, Bryce sat across the table from George, who was chewing on a cookie. "See? I told you they were great. The almond ones are good, but the chocolate chip and those macadamia nut ones are the best." "These are good. How's the hotel business going? Are you booking many rooms?" "Trying not to book out all of them until I find an apartment or a house to rent. It's a little thin until the Christmas festival starts. Then we're about half booked. Getting the word out that we are here and open for business is the hard part." These investors don't know anything about the area or the hotel business. Their original plan was to open in April. I'm the one that lit a fire under their tail to move up the timeline." George chuckled. "That was your fault then. I had to hire more men when they moved up the timeline. I've had some sleepless nights trying to get it done on time. Sorry, but then I would be explaining every day why the hotel wasn't busy. Now after the Christmas money flows in, they'll give me a few months of respite." George looked at his watch. "Speaking of timelines, that new woman has me on a tight schedule too. I'm going to get my guys over there and get a jump start on my next project. Do you mind if I take a handful of these cookies with me? Take all you want. There are extra keys to the front door on your desk." "Thanks." After George left, Bryce walked over to Lionel. "I'm going to have you fill out an application. For some reason, the main office didn't know anything about you." Lionel swallowed. "That's strange." Shaking his head, Bryce said, "Not really, since you haven't filled one out yet. I do like your gumption, though, and that's why I'm going to hire you anyway. I'm having a hard time finding help around here. That lodge across town has decided to go on a hiring spree, and we are competing with them for labor. I had 2 housekeepers lined up, but they decided to work for the lodge and not us. I have found a different housekeeper and a night clerk, so you won't have to clean rooms and work 24 hours a day." "Well, that's good, isn't it?" "I still need more people, but we can get by until the festival starts with who we already have." Top floor all the way to the end, the room in a hotel that no one wanted. That's where Bryce found himself. It had a great view of the grain silo. Beyond that lay the rail yard. "I'm never renting out this room. I don't want bad reviews." Why hadn't James and his team bought property across town, closer to the lodge? That had a great view of Mount Washington at least. He dumped his suitcase on the floor and went downstairs to see if Lionel had filled out that application yet. Why would anyone name their son after an electric model train? "How's that application coming?" "Just finished and submitted." "Great." Bryce logged in on his computer and pulled up the employment screen. Selecting Lionel's profile, he clicked Hired. Then, for curiosity, he read it. "This is your first job?" "Oh, I've done lots of odd jobs for the farmers and ranchers of the area. I can fix anything, and I don't even use baling wire and duct tape to do it." Bryce smiled. "You should have put that down. The home office is going to wonder why on earth I hired you." "I'll make sure you never regret your decision, sir." "Sir is for old people. Please call me Bryce." "Yes, sir, Bryce, sir, I mean." A man with a camera strolled into the hotel. "I'm here from the Bonn Gazette to cover the ribbon-cutting ceremony." "You missed it. They did it early so they could get back to New York before the storm hit," Bryce replied. "Storm?" The reporter pulled out his phone. Clicking it a couple of times, he said, "There isn't going to be a storm." "A storm to you and me is different than a storm to them." "What am I going to do? I have to have a picture of someone cutting a ribbon for the headlines tomorrow." Soon, Lionel had the ribbon taped back together with Bryce's hands and a pair of scissors cutting it. He had put on a suit to make it look like James's hand. None of the rest of him would show up. Just the hand, the coat sleeve, and the scissors. "Perfect. I can use one of these shots at least. I have pictures of the hotel lobby too, and Lionel standing behind the desk." Scanning the breakfast area, the reporter said, "What are you going to do with all that food?" "Help yourself," Bryce replied. "Thanks." The reporter took a handful of each type of cookie, stuffing them in the pockets of his jacket. Then, grabbing a couple of pastries, he headed out the door. "Do you have any family members who want some food?" "Call them. I don't want it going to waste." Lionel grabbed his phone. "Get over here. Free food." Chapter 8. Bridget yawned and stretched as she came out of her apartment. Where did the cookies come from? The hotel across town had their grand opening today, only it wasn't so grand. The bigwigs from New York spent only a few minutes there before they headed back home. They expected a bunch of town people to show, but only George made it, and he had to come. He had to hand over the keys to the building. Lillian replied. Bridget chuckled. Gee, that's too bad. They're supposed to drive us out of business, according to Fillmore. They aren't off to a good start. How are the new housekeepers working out? Great. It's so nice not to have to clean rooms. They only have a couple of rooms a day to do, but we'll get busy soon. By the way, you look exhausted. Did you spend an all-nighter with Dawn? Bridget scowled. It took 6 hours to download that program, then another 2 to install it. I was up until 2 in the morning finishing. That reminds me, they'll be here today to teach us how to use it. Will you be able to stay late in case they go long? Yes. I've got no big plans for the afternoon. Great. For now, I'm going to take a nap in my apartment. A backup alarm sounded as a large truck rolled up to the door. 10 men with sledgehammers and crowbars walked into the lobby. Bridget sighed. Or not. Right away, the men started in on the wood paneling. George arrived a few minutes later. Coming up to Bridget, he said, "We'll get the paneling off and the carpet and furniture gone today. I'm hoping you don't have a lot of guests right now." Now you ask, Bridget thought. Lillian smiled. They left already. We have 2 groups coming this afternoon, but they won't be here until 4 or 5. Great. I'll be done with the demo by then, so things will quiet down. Tomorrow morning we'll be putting up the drywall, but that's screwed in these days, so it won't be as noisy. George grabbed a cookie off the counter. Hey, these are just as good as the ones from the hotel. That's strange, Bridget replied. I didn't know the hotel people had good taste. George shook his head and then went to help his men. Bridget hid in her office away from the pounding of hammers and the cracking of wood. Lillian soon joined her. This is a nice view outside your window here. I mean, between those trees. The apartment has a wonderful view off the balcony. You can see Mount Washington from there. I should show you that sometime. Your apartment has a cat. Give me a day's notice so I can take my allergy pill before I come to work. I keep forgetting about you and the cat. Let's have some us time tomorrow morning. Take your allergy pill when you eat breakfast, and I'll introduce you to Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks? That's a strange name for a cat. The cat reminds me of my first boss, aloof and uncaring. He did his own thing and never bothered to talk to me except when he needed his back rubbed or his tummy scratched. The cat, not the old boss. Lillian gasped. You had me scared for a second there. I didn't know rubbing backs and scratching tummies were an expectation bosses had these days. Bridget winked. I can scratch my own tummy. Oh, how about the rubbing the back part? You know, it is hard to reach back there. She smiled. A tapping came on the door. Come in, Bridget said. Sorry to disturb you. I'm Mayor Dudbridge. I'm looking for the new manager of the lodge. You know, the one who took Charles's place? That's me, Bridget replied. Sorry, I guess I should have said the overall manager for the whole lodge. Bridget's smile disappeared. Oh, you don't want, like, the manager of housekeeping. You want the manager of the whole and entire lodge. The mayor nodded. Yes, precisely. Folding her arms and leaning back in her chair, Bridget replied, That would be me. I am the manager of this whole and entire lodge. I've got to man the front desk, if you'll excuse me. Lillian fled. Oh, really? I'm sorry. I was expecting someone, well, maybe a little older. And male? Bridget added. Well, maybe. Anyway, we are having our annual Halloween fundraiser at the high school. We have a fishing booth, a cakewalk, and all the carnival fun stuff. Charles always helped us out with those things and even donated a little money to buy prizes. Afterward, we have an adult get-together with drinks and snacks. I was wondering if you could help us out this year. She was still glaring at him, so she softened her expression. I'll do it for the kids, but I'm unhappy with you. Sorry again. He bowed and left. What was that all about? Lillian asked when she came back into the office. That sexist wants help with the annual Halloween party. Oh, I know, he's old-fashioned sometimes, but you have to help out. It's an awesome event. I told him yes. You won't regret it. I don't think I will. I always love a party, and Halloween has been my favorite holiday growing up. I always dressed as a witch. All my friends were princesses, but I thought a witch had more power and witches never bow to kings and princes. They turned them into frogs instead. Sometimes you scare me, Lillian replied. The banging stopped at about 3 in the afternoon. Bridget ventured out to see how her lobby looked. Bare studs and slats greeted her. The carpeting had been taken up, exposing the concrete. Oh my. I posted a sign in the door saying, "Excuse our dust," and I'm having Donna and Belle come in to mop the floor. We don't want anyone slipping. Great idea. This is an old building. Look at the writing on this board. It says something about being built in 1956. She dusted it off some more. Wait, it's signed by Fillmore. I'm going to have George cut this out. Then I'll frame it and send it to Fillmore. He'll be delighted. That's so awesome. A couple came in the door. I remember it being rustic. I had no idea it was this rustic. We're going through a bit of a remodel, Lillian said. How can I help you? We're checking in. Bill and Sue Cartwright. I have reservations. Lillian tapped a few keys on the computer to make it look like she was actually using it. Ah, yes. There you are. You're staying for 2 nights. Yep, that's me. Our friends will be arriving later, the Hendricks. I wanted to ask you, where's your other Baden? Excuse me? Lillian said. Oh, Bill, don't tease her, his wife replied. She's only trying to do her job. It didn't stop him. You have Berlin down the road, which is a German town. But this place is only called Baden. The town in Germany is called Baden-Baden. I was wondering, who lost your other Baden? It's like having one Walla instead of Walla Walla. I've always thought they had too many Wallas anyway, Bridget cut in. Maybe we can trade our missing Baden for one of their Wallas. The man laughed out in 2 breaths, then snorted as he inhaled another laugh, then started over again. See, honey? She gets it. Here are your keys. Lillian handed them to the couple. Look, real keys. I told you this place was rustic. Bridget smiled. Welcome to Baden-Walla. The man laughed and snorted again as they walked towards their room. Baden-Walla. That's a good one. Did you hear that, honey? Baden-Walla. She sighed. Yes, I heard it, honey. After they left, Lillian said, Baden-Walla? Where on earth did that come from? He has my father's sense of humor. I thought I'd play along. You call that a sense of humor? No wonder you wanted to be a witch. Bridget gave Lillian a sideways glance, but before she could respond, 3 men in business suits carrying briefcases walked into the front door. We're here to help you with the software instructions, one of them said. Perfect timing, Lillian replied. I think I was just about to be turned into a frog. Nothing as pleasant as a frog, I assure you, Bridget said. The 3 men stopped in their tracks and looked back and forth between Lillian and Bridget. Private joke, Lillian said. Well, Bridget rubbed her hands together. Shall we get to work? Hours later, after the men had left, Bridget and Lillian took turns entering all the reservations from the book onto the computer. They only stopped to check the Hendricks in and then continued on. Well after 5, Bridget sent Lillian home. They both had a handle on how to operate the new system. The men had also brought the door handles with the key card system. Now she needed to ask George to install them in the morning. She called it a day at 8 in the evening. Sitting in her chair, she pulled her cat up onto her lap. Well, Mr. Brooks, it's just you and me tonight. The cat purred as she petted its side. Chapter 9. How are things going with the renovations? Fillmore asked. Thanks for the board with my writing on it, by the way. My father built the lodge. When I was only a lad, I sneaked in one day and wrote on the wall. He saw it, but it didn't matter. They plastered over it. I had no idea it was still there. As soon as I saw it, I knew you'd want it. As for the renovation, George is putting up drywall today. We have all new door locks on. In a week or 2, we'll be laying tile and carpeting. I think it's going great. I got to thinking, Bridget, with all the renovations and everything, your lodge might be running in the red in a month or 2. Now that you have the software installed, I can see your bookings. You had 2 people yesterday, and you don't have anyone today. Are you still going to be afloat come spring? I thought I sent you up there to turn this thing around. No, you sent me up here to get me away from Harold. Don't worry. The Christmas festival is just around the corner, and we're booked solid for 6 weeks. I have every intention of making money for you. It's going to be a little expensive at first. As soon as I have all the rooms renovated, the cost will go down dramatically. You're renovating the rooms? Yes. Now I told you that. Don't act so surprised. George is all set to go for it when the lobby is done. I don't remember agreeing to that. Bridget swallowed. She had relied on her boss's famously bad memory to pull one over on him, but it wasn't working. All or nothing. Of course you do. You were complaining about Harold, and I was complaining about the outdated rooms. Fillmore didn't say anything for a minute or two. Okay, I might remember something about that. I know Harold has been driving me nuts lately. 7 more weeks and he's gone. Not that I'm counting. I don't remember what you said the cost would be. I'll solidify that with George. We'll send you the bill. All right. Remember, you're up there to turn that lodge around. I would hate to lose it, especially since I seem to be putting more and more money into it. Bridget wiped her forehead. You've got it. No worries. It will all work out in the end. I hope. Bridget walked out into the lobby. I got the money to fix the rooms. He was so resistant to the changes in the lobby. How on earth did you get him to let you change the rooms? I may have told a little white lie, but it worked. We'll get this place looking like a real hotel. A little white lie? Really? Lillian stood there with her hand on her hip. Okay, it was a whopper, and I'll apologize for it one day when this all works out. And if it doesn't all work out? Bridget shrugged. He'll never know. She walked over to George. Good news. The big boss has given me permission to update the rooms too. I'm going to need that done in the next 2 weeks also. George scanned the lobby and then looked back at her. I'm going to have to hire more men. Thanks. She gave him a wink and a smile. Show me what you want done. She took him to the room at the end of the hall. The wood paneling had to go, along with the dated furniture. The headboards and mattresses were new and could be used with the new decor, so those could stay. The carpet wasn't shag, but she wanted something brighter. As long as they were there, rip that out too. I'll start upstairs, so don't rent out those rooms. I'm hoping to get the upstairs done by Thanksgiving, but the downstairs might have to wait until after Christmas. Great. She almost danced back to the front desk. Lillian, what do people do in the summertime around here? I mean, the only time this lodge is full is during the Christmas festival. Well, there's the boat ride, a scenic train ride, all sorts of trails around the mountains, an amusement park, and, well, lots of stuff. Why? I have an idea. What if we gave everyone that comes for the Christmas festival a brochure of what goes on the rest of the year? We can even bundle vacation packages. Have a stay and play package with admission tickets and a room here. Wow, that's a great idea. If anyone needs me, I'll be in my office working on it. Making calls and arranging deals was something Bridget excelled at. By noon, she already had the beginnings of a brochure. She had agreements with an 1872 steamship company for a dinner cruise and lodge stay. Similar arrangements were made with a scenic train tour and a fun park. She also had a list of trails and state parks in the region. Is there a printer in town? Bridget asked as she came out of her office. Berlin. Lillian had her head in the local paper. Look at this. Bridget came and looked over her shoulder. Oh, it's the official ribbon cutting for the new hotel. No. If you look closely, the ribbon is taped together. It's the reenactment of the official ribbon cutting. The investment group had already left by the time the reporter came. Oh, that's too funny. I almost feel sorry for the guy running it. He's getting no support from that investment group. Bridget took a closer look at the paper. I didn't know that the town had its own newspaper. It's not considered a newspaper, as there usually isn't anything newsworthy in it. We call it the paper. She turned it to page 2. Here, check this out. Linda's surprise visit. Linda Godfrey was baking in her kitchen when Pastor John knocked on her door. Bridget shook her head. I don't see the New York Times covering a story like that. The worst thing is, it's a series. Every week, the paper prints who Pastor John has visited that week. All the older parishioners are all home at 10 on Tuesdays, hoping it will be them who are graced with the good pastor's presence. Bridget let go a laugh. I'm so glad I don't go to church. Lillian gasped. Don't let any of the townspeople hear you say that. You have to go. But only on Christmas Day and Easter. You're good for the rest of the year otherwise. It's tradition. Everyone in town shows up. Bridget nodded. Okay, I don't want to upset the town and its traditions. Well, I'm leaving Baden-Walla. I'll see you next year. They turned to see the Cartwrights and the Hendricks carrying their suitcases out. Can I ask you a quick question? Bridget asked. You just did. Mr. Cartwright laughed till he snorted, then laughed some more. Why do you come here at this time every year? The annual craft festival in Berlin. The prices for all the hotels there in town go way up during the fair. Here they stay the same, and we like this place better anyway. At least we hope you'll have it all fixed up by the time we come back. We love sitting by the fireplace in the evenings, but... He sighed. Maybe next year. The lobby will be finished in a few weeks. Come back for the Christmas festival, Bridget said. Oh, and craftspeople come from miles around to display their work during the festival, too, Lillian added. Great. We'll need 2 rooms. Lillian typed their reservations into the computer. I have you here for the first 2 days of December. That's when the craftspeople show up. You're all set. Great. See y'all in December, here in Baden-Walla. He snorted again on his way out the door. After they left, Bridget high-fived Lillian. We did it. Great job. Now if we can talk all of our guests into coming back, we'll double our profits. Lillian sighed. But now we have to listen to that laugh again. Well, just pretend it's the sound of money when they come back in again. It's going to take more than that to keep us afloat, but every little bit helps. What happens if you fail? We're spending a lot of money on the upgrades. There is a brand new hotel across town that doesn't need any upgrades. What are our chances? I mean, you have a job to go back to in Atlanta if this all goes south. Me, I've got nothing. Don't worry. It will work. People can now use credit cards to book rooms online. They don't have to pay cash. Let's check. Just for the fun of it, how many people have rented rooms since we put up the website? Lillian clicked up the reservations. Her eyes widened. Wow, we have 5 reservations overnight, and only 1 is during the festival. See? It's working already. I'll contact the web designer. We'll put our stay and play program online. That will help. We'll get things rolling, you'll see. Soon we'll be the best place to stay in all of New Hampshire. I love your optimism. It's contagious. Thank you. Bridget walked into her office and composed an email for the web designer. Chapter 10. The hotel is not meeting our revenue expectations. James's voice sounded cold to Bryce. No one knows we're here. If you'd give me an advertising budget, I could increase the number of people staying here tenfold. Our marketing department handles all the advertising. They do an outstanding job of it, too. They handle all of our businesses. Yes, I've seen the ad. It's wonderful, but they are advertising in the wrong market. They need to be advertising in the Northeast, not New York, and especially not in the southern states. No one from Georgia or Tennessee wants to come up here and freeze to death for a Christmas festival. They need to advertise to the people who are already freezing to death and want some cheer in their lives. James cleared his throat. I do what I do, and I hire people to do what they do. I expect the best out of myself and all my departments. They are my experts in the field, and I trust them. I need your revenue to be at 15% profit level, the same profit level that I expect out of all my businesses, or I will be forced to sell the hotel and put my capital into another venture. Do you understand? Yes, James. We listened to you about opening early to take advantage of the Christmas festival. That cost us a lot of money, and so far, it isn't bearing much fruit. Now you want to take over advertising. I just don't see that happening. Do good and get busy. Yes, James. Bryce resisted the temptation to slam the phone down on his desk. He came out of the office and leaned against the front counter. That phone call didn't go well, I can tell, Lionel said. Your face is red. It's only red after the bad phone calls. They're spending thousands in ad dollars this weekend in Texas. Do Texans travel to New Hampshire for a Christmas festival? Let me check. Lionel pulled up the reservations off the computer. Nope, not one booking from Texas. Oh, but we have our first review. Great. How many stars? 2. It reads, the place was fancy, like a mausoleum. The front desk clerk dressed like an undertaker. I had to pinch myself to make sure I hadn't gone to the other side. The room, luckily, didn't have the same feel, but the mattress was hard, like a brick with slight padding. Lionel looked over at Bryce. You had to be on the front desk that day. I never look like a funeral director. I'm going to tone down the suits. Maybe a sports coat? Lionel nodded. I wonder how the lodge across town is doing. I was supposed to leave them in the dust. James's number crunchers said they would shut down in the first 90 days after we open. I guess the old manager is resistant to new technology. The lodge takes cash only and has no online presence, and the decor is terrible. Oh, things are changing over there. They now take credit cards. And here, I can show you their website. A few clicks later, the Lovely Lucy Lodge page popped up. Wow. Bryce read it. That's amazing. These people know what they're doing. It's so much better than ours. James's webmaster put a shopping cart on ours. Who puts a shopping cart on a hotel website? It's not an online store. It's a hotel. They're part of Clearing Meadows Hotels and have hired a new hotshot manager to take over. We're doomed. Look at this stay and play section. That's genius. No way I could do that on ours. James would never agree to something like that. Well, hopefully whoever buys this place will keep us on. Bryce shook his head. You have a chance, but the new owners are going to want to bring in their own managers. I'm going back into the office to polish up my resume. Let's not give up so soon. I hear the Lovely Lucy is booked up over the festival. We might pick up a lot of the overflow. That could buy us a few months. How do you know so much about the competition? Lionel shrugged. Small town. Bryce gave him a sideways glance. Okay, I'm going to send an email to James. I'll send him a link to the lodge's webpage. See, this is what the competition is doing. Wait, Lionel smiled. We just got a booking out of Texas. Then his shoulders slumped. It's for August. We might be under new management by then. It's better than nothing, I guess. Sitting at his computer, he typed an email to James. To his surprise, James answered back right away. I have 7 MIT graduates on my advertising team. They are the best in the business. Yet one man with a hospitality degree thinks he can do better than all of them. Bryce, we talked about this. We manage hundreds of businesses. Let the experts do what they do and you do what you do. You have to get the revenue up. Leaning back in his chair, Bryce muttered, I'm doomed. He stood back up and said to Lionel as he went out the front door, Hold the fort. I'm going to get some coffee. Yes, sir. It was dead at the coffee shop for a Monday morning. The going-to-work rush had already faded. Bryce sat at a table near the front. Without a word, Dawn poured him a coffee and sat down across from him. The usual, I presume? Thanks. Has that girl come back in? No, it appears I've scared her away permanently. At least that's something I do very well, scare the cute ones away. He stood up when Lillian came in. How can I help you? 2 coffees to go. One with 1 sugar and 1 cream, and the other with 2 sugars and 1 cream. Coming right up. He poured the coffees and handed them to her. She paid and left. Dawn came back and sat down across from Bryce. Who was that? She's cute. Bryce asked. Lillian, but she's way too young for us. You don't want to be accused of robbing the cradle. I might, he replied. I don't know if I can handle a relationship right now. Things aren't going well at the hotel. That boss of yours needs to cut you some slack. It's new, and he isn't doing a great job of advertising it. I have 7 MIT graduates on my advertising team. I'm so sick of hearing how great his team is. Yes, but it's not a department store. It's a hotel, Dawn replied. Do you know they put a shopping cart on my webpage? Have you ever seen a shopping cart on a hotel webpage before? No, but I don't do much traveling since I bought the coffee shop. Dawn put his hand on Bryce's shoulder. Don't worry. If that doesn't work out, you can always come work for me. Thanks for the offer. I'm hoping I won't have to take you up on it. How's the apartment hunting going? It's now house hunting. The real estate agent sold my parents' home, so I have the cash to put down on something nice. If I can't find a place soon, there's a lot on the highway, just north of town. George says he can get it for a song and put me up a great house there in the spring. Oh, how nice. Meanwhile, you just have to hope that the hotel isn't full, so you won't be put out on the street. Or worse yet, you have to spend the night at my house. No worries about the hotel being full, and I've imposed on you enough. I do have a backup plan. I bought a blow-up mattress. I can lock the door to the office and sack out there those nights the hotel is fully booked. Dawn's smile disappeared. I love having you here, but why did you come back to this town? All those memories must be eating at you. I have a brother somewhere who ran out the door that night and kept running. I'm hoping he'll make his way back home someday. If he does come back to town, I want to be here so he can find me. He was 16 years old at the time. It's a cruel world. Who even knows if he's alive? It may be a false hope, but it's the only hope I have. Dawn nodded. Several customers walked through the door, so he had to get up and help them. Bryce finished his coffee and then drove back to the hotel. When he entered, Lionel said, "James called. He sounded upset that you weren't here. I asked if he wanted you to call him back, but he said he'd send you an email instead." "Lovely. I'll be in my office." He read the email when he sat down. "Perhaps if you spent more time in the office figuring out how to turn the hotel around and not so much time in coffee shops, you could increase your revenue. Anyway, I've talked to some of the other partners and they agree with me. Let the advertising section do their job. James." Bryce stomped out. He said, "I'm going to go visit my mom," on his way out the front door. "Don't forget about the Halloween party tomorrow." "I'll be back way before then." Chapter 11. Bridget stepped out of the lodge to a dusting of snow covering the sidewalks. She debated about driving the 5 blocks to the high school, but heard Sheriff Joe's voice telling her, "Don't drive." So she decided to walk. By the time she made it halfway, the snow had accumulated about an inch. She went to step off the sidewalk, but slipped and ended up on her bottom in an inglorious fall. A car pulled up, and Lillian stepped out and helped her up. "You're a witch." Bridget spied Lillian's pointy hat with peach-colored lace draped from it that went down across her shoulders. The matching peach gown completed the look. "And you're a princess." "Yes, but underneath I have hiking boots on. You're a witch in a black miniskirt with pumps on. Pumps have no traction whatsoever." She leaned into the car and said, "Go ahead to the party. I'm going to walk the rest of the way with Bridget to make sure no one else gets an eyeful of her black panties like you did." Without a word, the car drove off. Who was that? "Just my brother, the one with the ear-to-ear smile. I don't know if it was the spectacular slip and crash or the fact that your skirt was up around your waist when you landed." Bridget straightened up and brushed herself off. "Well, I'm glad I could make him happy. Perhaps you could introduce him to me since he knows so much about me already." "Not today. You're a witch today. I don't want him being turned into a frog." "Ah, too bad. It sounded like so much fun." Bridget put her arm out. "Shall we?" The two proceeded the rest of the way to the high school arm in arm. When they arrived at the gymnasium, Bridget took it all in. Children were lining up at the door. The whole room had orange and black streamers from wall to wall going across the ceiling. The basketball hoops had streamers coming out of them also. Booths of different activities lined each wall. A large cakewalk made up the middle, but cupcakes were the prizes, not whole cakes like when Bridget was a kid. She saw a fishing booth, a tub to bob for apples, a find the eyeball station where participants had to run their hand full of boiled spaghetti noodles trying to find the grapes. Pin the tail on the donkey booth was near her, as well as the beanbag toss through the ghost's mouth. They even had a ring toss game over the stem of a pumpkin. "There you are." The mayor, sporting a clipboard with his face painted up to be Frankenstein's monster with a hat, came up to them. "Lillian, can I have you help with the fishing booth? And Bridget, if I could have you help out at the broom ride booth. Your outfit matches that perfectly." "Okay, I've never heard of a broom ride." "I will show you. You'll love it." Bridget followed him around the corner behind the cakewalk. There on the floor were thick pads, the kind they used in wrestling matches with foam pads on top of them. A thick broom sat there with 2 ropes attached to it. "You let the kids sit on the broom while you and Sheriff Joe here pull the ropes up and down. Set the timer for 10 seconds, and if they make it still on the broom for that long, you give them a piece of candy. If they fall off, as a consolation prize, you give them a piece of candy," the mayor explained. "Oh, and not too rough. We want the kids to have a pleasant experience, not a broken neck." "Where's the incentive to stay on, if they are going to get a piece of candy anyway?" she asked. Sheriff Joe shook his head and winked. "Is he flirting with me?" she wondered. The mayor walked away without answering her question. Joe smiled. "I've got this. For every second they stay on, they get a gumdrop. If they stay on past the buzz of the timer, they get a whole candy bar. I've done this for the last 5 years. The trick to bucking them off is an up and down and then back and forth motion. If you loop the rope around that door handle, it will take out most of them. The older boys are the hardest to buck off, though. I'm so good at this now that last year I only gave out 2 candy bars." We go from an overly nice mayor to a sadistic sheriff. This town may have some hope after all. She stood hunched down with her legs apart and the rope taut. "Okay, I'm ready. Bring on the kids." Each teacher brought over a group of kids to the booths. The first group was a class of second graders. A little girl climbed on the broom. Lovely, a little princess. She held on so tight, Bridget saw her white knuckles clinging to the broom handle. "Ready, set," Joe punched the timer. "Go!" Joe went down as Bridget pulled up, and then they reversed motions. They hadn't even started on the side-to-side when the girl lost her grip. She screamed as she went sailing in the air and did a full flip, then landed squarely on her back. "Oh no, I've killed her." The child began to giggle. Standing up, she asked the teacher, "Can I go again?" "We'll see if we have enough time after all the other children are done." The teacher scowled at Joe and Bridget in turn. While assisting the next child in line to get on the broom, she said, "Now hold on tight. I mean really, really tight." It was to no avail. 2 seconds later, that child landed on the pads with a thud. Child after child met the same fate. When it was Billy Bryant's turn, Bridget thought for sure their perfect streak had come to an end. He had the cowboy hat, the boots, bandana, and a wad of gum he chewed like it was chaw. Then he clipped on the spurs. Giving both of them a glare, he saddled up. Up, down, side to side. Nothing could knock that kid off the broom. He even held up one arm like the cowboys do on a bucking bronc. At 8.6 seconds in, Sheriff Joe pulled out his double drop and a quick lift method in rapid succession. That did the trick. Billy went headfirst over the front of the broom and hit face first on the mat. "Here you go, son. 9 gumdrops." "9?" Billy protested. "Bull riders only have to go 8 seconds and I went 9. How is that fair?" Sheriff Joe pointed out, "This is a broom, not a bull. Brooms are easier to ride." "Not with you two doing it." Billy stormed off. Well, well, well. We made it through the entire night without giving out a single candy bar." Joe patted Bridget on the back. "Most people work in the front are nice, so I have to work around them. But you're mean and aggressive. I like that in a woman. Worked out great. Good job." "Thank you." She paused. "I think that Billy is a tough customer. I thought he had us for a second. He was one of them that got the candy bar last year. The other one is now in the 7th grade, so he wasn't able to come this year. Good thing, too. He's better than Billy." "Yep. He's a pretty tough kid, that one." "You're staying for the after party? It's a good way to meet the townsfolk." "It sounds delightful." The sheriff led her into the teacher's lounge, where they had tables set up for the volunteers. Each table had 6 people at it, except for the one table in the corner that only had 2 chairs. Lillian whispered in Bridget's ear, "I'm going to take my brother to work, so I'll have the car. I'll be back to pick you up. The snow is getting deeper, and I don't want you walking home." "Thanks." Bridget hugged her. After Lillian left, the sheriff said, "That's strange. They have name cards on the table. Maud's never done that before. Looks like I'm over here. I don't see you, though." Bridget looked around. "Oh, I'm over here at the table for 2. Maybe we could switch them." Just then, Bryce came up and read his card. "Never mind," she said to the sheriff. He smiled, nodded, and sat down in his spot. "Hi, I'm Bryce. You must be—" He read her card. "Bridget Harmon." "Good guess, Sherlock." Sighing, "Be nice, Bridget. You've just met him," she scolded herself. "I'm so pleased to meet you." She smiled and shook his hand. "This must be the newbies in town section." He pulled out her chair. "Have a seat." Oh, are you new in town too? Well, both new and old. I grew up here, but left after high school. Now I'm back. It's funny how the things you expect to change don't, and the things you expect not to change do. Oh, really? What are you referring to? Take Sheriff Joe, for instance. When I was here before, people wanted him fired, but he's still here. And the old mayor? He was a fixture. But he's been voted out by a man with no personality. She giggled. Walking up to them, a lady said, "Hi, I'm Maud, the mayor's wife. I see you two have met each other." She winked at Bridget and then placed a drink in front of her. "It's a Halloween drink for you, my dear. It has vodka, milk, and ice cream, and a little food coloring to make it look like blood. You do drink, don't you, Bridget?" "Oh, absolutely. Thank you. It looks divine." She took a sip. "It's wonderful. Here's your ginger ale, Bryce." Maud took off to serve the other guests. "Not a drinker?" Bridget asked. "No, I don't touch the stuff." "You don't know what you're missing." "You're right, I don't." "I would like to thank all the volunteers for all the help making this another great success this year." The mayor stood in the middle of the group. "Enjoy your drinks. The Christmas festival is just around the corner. We are going to make it bigger and better than ever before." The crowd clapped. "Are you ready to go home?" Lillian asked as she came into the room. "Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt." "Yes, I'm ready. It was a pleasure meeting you." She pretended to read his name card. "Bryce. Listen, are you busy tomorrow night? I would love to show you this wonderful town." Bridget looked up at Lillian, who was nodding her head. "Sure, that would be lovely. Where can I meet you?" "I'll meet you here in front of the gym, since we both know where that is. Around 8? "Okay, around 8 it is." As the two women left the room, Bridget turned to Lillian. "What's this nodding your head? I was going to turn him down." "I know you were, but you do need a distraction from work. He's cute, and there are slim pickings in this town." "Meet at the high school? What a Prince Charming move. I was thinking of a horse-drawn sleigh and him picking me up at the lodge." "No, that only works for princesses. You're a witch, remember?" Chapter 12. "Thanks for covering last night. I'm sorry you missed the after-party," Bryce said. "No problem," Lionel replied. "How did it go?" "For some reason, they must have run out of tables or something. They sat me and the new girl in town at a table for 2 in the corner. Anyway, she's delightful. We talked for the longest time." "Oh, really? Where did she move here from?" "She must have told me. I don't remember. Anyway, I have a date tonight with her. I'll find out then." Lionel rolled his eyes, but Bryce ignored him. George entered the hotel. "Bryce, let's visit in your office." After they entered, George put a book in front of Bryce. 300 house plans. I bought the lot. All you have to do is pick out the house plans so I can order them, and we'll get started in the spring." Bryce shut the door. "I don't know how to say this, so I'll just blurt it out. Things aren't going well here. I'm getting a phone call every day telling me to get my numbers up or I'm through. The only thing is, I don't control the advertising, or anything else for that fact, that I can do to get my numbers up." "No worries. I can build it, and if you don't have a job in the early summer when it's done, then I sell it as a spec house." "Okay. In that case, I'll look at the plans tonight." When George left, Bryce went back up to Lionel. "He's going to build me a house in the spring." "George is a good man. He'll do a good job." "Yes. I'm going to catch up on my paperwork. James is breathing down my neck." Soon a knock came on the office door. The mayor in his fedora stepped in. "Bryce, it's my honor and sincere pleasure to offer you the position of Grand Master of the Christmas Parade the day after Thanksgiving." "Oh, thank you. What does it entail? I mean, what is required of me?" "Not much. All you have to do is sit on the float that says Grand Marshal. It looks like Santa's sleigh, but a lot of the floats do. It's a Chevy truck chassis with a plywood sleigh over it. You sit and wave to the people as you pass by. In that case, I'm all in. Great. The parade starts at 10 in the morning, but if you could be there at 9, that would be great. Dress warm. Okay. I'm looking forward to it. After the mayor left, Bryce went up to his room. Shaving and showering, he dressed. Then, putting on his boots and a little aftershave, he came back downstairs. How do I look? Lionel scanned him up and down. Black pants, white shirt, and a green plaid sports jacket? You look like a used car salesman about to offer me a really bad deal. What's wrong with it? Lose the sports coat and get a winter coat instead. I like this jacket, Bryce protested. It's better than the mortician look, but I wouldn't wear it. Your blue down coat would be better. Fine. Bryce ran back upstairs and switched jackets. He rushed by Lionel on his way out the door. Lionel gave him the thumbs up as he passed by. Bridget stood by the front door as he drove up. Sorry I'm late, he said. It's freezing out here. He put his arm around her. Here, is that better? Not much, she muttered. She had a large coat on and jeans, insulated hiking boots too, but he still noticed her shiver. We'll walk around the town and make our way slowly to the coffee shop. A warm drink will perk you up. People just don't understand the history of this wonderful town. I thought I'd show you around since you're new. He pulled her down the street. A white church stood in front of them. This is the North Church, built in 1792 by the early settlers using the lumber from the local mill. The mill didn't make it past the 1990s and has since been torn down, but it supplied the lumber for almost every house in town. I'm cold. Just a few more blocks. You won't freeze to death, I promise. Turning the corner, they stood in front of a restaurant. This is the local diner. As you can see, the building started its life as a train station. When the mill shut down, the train no longer stopped here, so they didn't need a station. Old John Morgan bought it. The tracks still run next to Main Street, and during the Christmas festival, they get the old locomotive out to run down the rails and toot its horn. We get her all gussied up and put the lights on her for that night only. Bridget's teeth were chattering at this point. Sounds nice. I was going to show you the old Lovely Lucy Lodge, but we can skip that. It won't be there much longer anyway. We'll go straight to the coffee shop. She ignored him, making her way to the coffee shop faster than he did. She outpaced him. When she entered, she stomped off the snow from her boots. Hold on there, Bryce said. I can't keep up. They sat down at the first table. Dawn came up to them. What can I get you? He and Sheriff Joe were the only other people in the place. We want your peppermint hot chocolate. 2, please, Bryce answered. Coming right up. You'll love it. Really? She drummed her fingers on the table until the drinks arrived. Instead of drinking hers, she used it to warm her hands. What did you mean when you said the lodge wouldn't be around much longer? Oh, that dump? I'm the hotel manager here now. We'll drive the lodge out of business soon. She stood up and dumped her drink in his lap. I hate peppermint. If you would have asked me before you ordered, you would have found that out. I run that dump, by the way, and I have everything booked out beyond the festival. It's your fancy little hotel that won't be able to keep up. Next time, don't go on a date. Just stand in front of the mirror and talk to yourself, because you're not the least bit interested in what your date thinks or says. Bridget stormed out of the coffee shop. Dawn walked over and handed Bryce a towel. That's what I call a strikeout. No, that was more like forfeiting the whole game. I'm sure glad you could show me how to handle girls. How was I supposed to know she worked at the lodge? Bryce said as he wiped off his pants. There's a trick to that. Let me think. How do you find out where a girl works? Sheriff, how would you go about finding out where a girl worked? Joe shrugged. Ask her? Dawn slapped the table. That's it. I knew there was a trick to it. You ask her. Thanks, Joe. Sure. Not only does she work at the lodge, but she's also the manager of it. I guess I'm back in the running now that you made a complete fool of yourself. First you froze her, then you made her boil over. You are a legend. Bryce stood up. I'm going home to change. Chapter 13. That man. Bridget stormed into the lodge. She stopped when she saw Lillian. "What are you still doing here?" "Making sure you made it back safe. I was going to ask how your date went, but I'm going to skip that part." He doesn't need a girl. He needs a tape recording of his voice so he can listen to himself over and over again. He nearly froze me to death. Then he tried to feed me peppermint. Lillian was in the middle of a giggle when her phone went off. "Hi there." She listened for a second and then put her hand over the receiver. "Did you really pour hot chocolate on his lap?" "No, I poured a peppermint hot chocolate on his lap. It's stickier." "Who are you talking to?" "My twin brother, Lionel. He works at the hotel." "Interesting." A wicked smile creased Bridget's lips. "What else does he say about Prince Charming?" "He went on and on about blowing it with the cutest girl in town, and the worst part is that it all happened in front of his best friend, Dawn. Then he went to his room muttering all the way about never having had sisters and women were a mystery to him." It figures he would be friends with Dawn. Cutest girl in town, indeed. I hope he's not talking about me, because I haven't been a girl in years. Lillian laughed so hard she slid down the wall and ended up sitting on the floor. She wiped away the tears. "I can't imagine how awful that would have been. Your first date in a new town and that happened." Bridget sat down on the floor next to her. Lillian's laughter was contagious, and soon Bridget joined in. "I think I only got 1 or 2 words in the whole night. Until I blew up, that is." "You blew up, too?" "Yep, right after I poured the hot chocolate in his lap." Lillian burst out in laughter again. "I wish I could have seen that. I wish I hadn't. In front of Sheriff Joe, too." "Sheriff Joe was there? Oh no, now the whole town will hear about it." "Let them talk. I don't care." The next morning, Bridget woke to the alarm. She had set it for the wrong time, so she dressed quickly because she knew Lillian had the day off. When she stepped out of the office and into the lobby, she saw the mayor waiting at the front door. Unlocking it, she ushered him in. "How can I help you?" "I heard that you were quite upset at the coffee shop last night. I'm hoping that you don't feel this little town of ours is not wanting you here. Because we do." "What? Do these people stay up all night gossiping?" "No, I'm fine. Just a bad date." "That's good to hear. Listen, we want you to do our Christmas tree lighting ceremony during the festival." Smiling, Bridget said, "I would be honored." "Good, good. We also have a snowcat adventure every year on the day before the start of the festival. We take a snowcat up to the top of Mount Washington. It's a designated play day before the big event. We would love it if you would come with us." "That sounds delightful. I'll be there." A few minutes after he left, Sheriff Joe came in. "Good morning. How are you feeling today? I ain't seen a thing that worked up since I tried to stuff that polecat into a bag. I still got scars from that." He pulled up his sleeve to show her. "You poor thing." "I'm fine, though. No need to worry about me." "You should have seen his eyes when you poured that drink in his lap. I mean, he acted like a smooth operator. He thought he had everything in the bag. I mean figuratively, not literally. I'm hoping you don't go getting your dander up and leave our small town. You're like a breath of fresh air around here." "Thanks, Sheriff Joe." She walked over and hugged him. "You're a good man for checking up on me." Another woman entered a few minutes later. "I don't know if you remember me." "Hello, Maud. Of course I remember you." "I heard you were a mite unhinged last night. I brought you a piece of my blueberry pie and a fruitcake. I found the trick to making good fruitcake is to replace the fruit with rum. Just don't eat a lot while you're working. It's a bit strong." "Thanks so much." She hugged her. After waving goodbye, she sliced herself a piece of fruitcake. Wow. Blinking twice, she set the rest of the piece down. After work. Definitely. Moments later, her phone rang. "Hello, Fillmore. How's it going up there? I heard there was a little spat at the coffee shop." "How on earth could you have heard that?" "Remember, I lived there for a number of years, and I still have friends in that town. Is one of them named Sheriff Joe? Maybe. She sighed heavily into the phone. What did that man tell you? He said our good friend at the rival hotel made a total buffoon out of himself, and you called him out on it, then poured a peppermint hot chocolate onto his lap. Well, that wasn't too bad. I expected something like Maud said. I became unhinged. But she said it in a nice way. I do miss that town. Perhaps I should retire as the CEO and come back to Baden to run the lodge. Where will you put me? You could come back to the main office. Is Harold still there? No, that wouldn't work, would it? Don't stress out too much. I think you're doing a great job up there. Thanks, boss. She looked up as a delivery man with a bouquet of flowers walked through the door. Oh, they are beautiful. She tipped him. She picked up the card. An apology? Nope. So sorry you had a bad night and weren't able to finish your hot chocolate. Come in for a free hot chocolate anytime. And no peppermint, I promise. Dawn. She smiled. Perhaps I was too hasty with that one. She leaned down and smelled the flowers. Nice. She put the Be Right Back sign on the door and walked over to the coffee shop. Dawn smiled as she walked in. You deserve a hug for those flowers. They're beautiful. I hoped you would like them. He hugged her. What type of hot chocolate do you like? If you don't like any, that's okay. I can get you a coffee too. 1 sugar, 1 creamer. Wow, you remember. No, a plain hot chocolate would be wonderful. Coming right up. As he put it in front of her, he asked, On Friday nights, they have live music at the diner. Would you be interested in going with me? You do come on strong, don't you? She sipped her drink. I'm sorry, I'm doing it again. It's just you're so pretty. I don't want to lose my chance on a woman like you. I'll back off. I'm not doing anything on Friday. He gasped. It's a date then? Yes. Great. I'll pick you up at 8 at the lodge. Don't you want to walk so we can freeze to death on the way like that friend of yours did to me? He's such an idiot sometimes. No, I'll drive you in a nice warm car. Who says he's a friend of mine anyway? The whole town. He shrugged. Well, there is that. She left her empty mug on the counter. See you at 8 on Friday. Yep. Looking forward to it. Chapter 14. I had 10 texts and 5 calls. The mayor didn't mince words in his evaluation of me. He wasn't even there. So I'm not sensitive to the girls I go out with, so what? I feel like the town's all taking her side. I was born and raised in this town. Shouldn't they be taking my side? Bryce paced back and forth in the coffee shop. Even with the closed sign in the window, he had barged in anyway. I don't know, Dawn replied. She's so cute. I want another chance with her. How can I fix this? Do you have any ideas? You have to help me. I'm not a relationship expert, but from what I saw, you destroyed that one thoroughly. Do they still have live music on Friday night at the diner? I could surprise her. Maybe she likes live music. Dawn swallowed. I don't think that's a good idea. I hear she has a date on Friday. Bryce stopped his pacing. With who? Me, actually. You? You stabbed me in the back? You totally blew it. It's my turn to try. I guess one should know who their true friends are. Wait a minute, Dawn yelled. I saw her first. I talked to her first. I struck out with her first. You were second fiddle. Now that you've struck out, it's my turn again. So that's what we're going to do. Take turns? I'm done. She's all yours. When she breaks your heart, oh, and she will break your heart, don't come crying to me. Bryce slammed the door. He heard the lock click behind him. Now I know who my friends aren't. Snow came down hard as he drove back to the hotel. When he entered, Lionel stood up. Oh, it's you. I thought we had an actual customer. He sat back down. He's dating that new girl. Who's dating what new girl? Dawn's dating Bridget. Wait, what? I thought she couldn't stand him. Apparently, she changed her mind. I just don't know what to say. You're way better in every way than Don. He barely finished high school. I know, but nothing's working for me. I'm going to punt. What's been happening here? Any new bookings? Lionel clicked the mouse several times. Nope, nothing for 3 days. I'm going to get another phone call from James. Just what I need to start a new day. I'm already having a bad one, and it hasn't started yet. Now that you're here, can I head out? Yes. Turn on the no vacancy sign and lock the door behind you. I'm going straight to bed. I don't want to deal with anyone else tonight. You got it. Oh, Maud came by. You're lucky you weren't here. She had a full head of steam going. She say anything? Oh boy, did she. Never mind. I don't think I want to hear it. No, but she'll be back tomorrow, so you'll hear it then, I'm sure. Good night. Bryce woke up to the sound of his phone ringing. Sitting up in bed, he checked to see who it was. James. Hello? Good news for you. Our webpage team, who you don't think are doing their job, just booked a convention in the spring. I'm glad to hear it. Meanwhile, get busy at your end. We need bookings between now and then. Got it. That went better than I thought it would. He checked the bookings. The second week of April, 15 rooms. Northeast Hog Farmers. He sighed. I hope they don't bring their pigs with them. He phoned up the lodge. Hello, the Lovely Lucy Lodge. How may I help you? I would like to speak with the manager. Just a minute. Lovely Lucy Lodge. Bridget speaking. Listen, I know you're going out with Dawn, but I do want to apologize for calling your lodge a dump. I'm not good with girls. There was a moment of silence, then, first of all, I'm not a girl and certainly not your girl. I've been a woman ever since I turned 18. Second of all, it's none of your business who I go out with, but thank you for the apology. Goodbye. Hearing the click, he looked at his phone. I can't say anything right. Walking out into the foyer, he noticed Maud standing at the front door. He opened it for her. Good morning. Are you trying to drive her away? She's the best thing that happened to this town in years. If she can turn that lodge around, it will bring in tourist dollars, which we badly need. Listen, I just called her up and apologized. Good. Maud turned on her heels and stomped out. Since when am I the bad guy? She poured the drink on my lap, not the other way around. He thought about going and getting himself a coffee, but he couldn't face Dawn. Chapter 15. Bridget had just hung up the phone when Lillian came in. The night clerk gathered up her coat and left. Flowers. That was a nice gesture. Maybe he's figuring it out after all. They're not from Bryce, they're from Dawn. But Bryce did call up and apologize. But then he called me a girl and questioned my taste in men. Dawn, why did he send you flowers? He likes me, I guess. I'm going out with him on Friday. What? Lillian's mouth gaped open momentarily. She shook her head, then hung up her coat. Okay, Dawn is a lot of fun, from what I've heard. But just remember, you'll be the conquest of the week and not in a lasting relationship. When the next cute girl comes along, you'll be tossed out like yesterday's newspaper. Interesting. I thought as much. It's just a date at this point. I don't plan on being anyone's conquest anyway. Lillian sniffed the flowers. They smell so good, and they're beautiful. The guy has good taste in flowers. And women, Bridget added. Not really. He pretty well goes after everything that moves. I'm beginning to rethink this date. No, go, have fun. Just don't have too much fun. Okay, sounds like a plan. When 8 o'clock rolled around, a horse-drawn sleigh pulled up to the lodge. The driver, in a top hat and tails, opened the door for Bridget and then helped her in. Wow, you really know how to treat a woman right, she said, sitting down next to him. Only the best for the prettiest one in town. He spread the blanket over her lap. I gave you the side I've already warmed up. Thank you. The clickety-clop of the horse's hooves on the newly plowed streets added to the ambiance of the evening. As the couple entered the old train station, she grimaced at the country music coming out of it. She didn't know what she had expected, but country wasn't a favorite of hers. It dampened her mood after the sleigh ride. "Well, what do you think? Great stuff, huh?" Dawn yelled above the music. "Do they play anything other than country?" "No, why would they?" "Oh, I was just wondering." They sat down in a booth directly across from the band's speakers. The music was loud enough to vibrate Bridget's fork as it sat on the table. "This is the best seat in the house, don't you think?" Instead of yelling out her answer over the music, she mouthed out the words. "What?" Dawn asked. She mouthed out the words again. He shook his head. "I can't hear you." She put her hand behind her ear and mouthed out, "What?" He held up his hand for the waitress. "Sue, can you put us at another table, away from the band?" "But this is your favorite table, the one you bring all the girls to." Bridget shrugged like she hadn't heard that comment. "We need another table. She's too soft-spoken." All right. I have one around the corner. You can barely hear the band from there, but it's Rita's table." He sighed. "I'll chance it. She's at work. Probably won't want to make a scene." Bridget could still hear the band plainly enough, but at least her fork didn't rattle. "Is that better?" Dawn asked. "Much." Bridget smiled. "What's good here?" "The chicken fried steak is to die for." "Oh." She looked at it on the menu. "What's country gravy?" "You've never had chicken fried steak?" Bridget looked up. "Why would you say that?" "Because chicken fried steak always comes with country gravy. What type of food do you eat in Atlanta?" "Bacon-wrapped filet mignon, ribeye. I like it with the bone in. If I'm feeling poor, I'll order a sirloin." "You won't find any of that here. You'd have to go down to Berlin to find that stuff. I'm not going to make the mistake of ordering for you like Bryce did. I don't want it on my lap." Bridget drummed her fingers for a minute. Am I that bad? "Fine. I'll order a chicken fried steak, and I won't even dump it in your lap if I don't like it." "Gee, thanks," he replied. She giggled, but he didn't even smile. The waitress came up. A ponytail helped keep her long black hair in place. "Oh, it's you." She folded her arms. "Rita, we'll have 2 chicken fried steaks." He turned to Bridget. "What do you want to drink?" "Do you have wine?" Rita shook her head. 20 beers on tap." Okay, I'll just have a Coke then." "And you?" Rita asked as she turned to Dawn. "I'll have a Coke too." "A Coke? You never order a Coke. You always order the light ale. Are you sure you don't want the light ale?" "That's the drink you drank when you were dating me." He waved his hand back and forth. "I'll just have a Coke." "Whatever," she said as she walked away. Bridget folded her arms and sat back. "I see we have a story here." "No story, really. I dated her a couple of times. It didn't work for me, but she wanted more out of the relationship." "You a love 'em and leave 'em type?" "There aren't a lot of people to date in this town. Until you came, that is. I have a lot of skeletons of relationships that didn't work out." An awkward silence prevailed until Rita brought their drinks. Bridget panicked. "I've got to get out of here. Country music, chicken fried steak, ex-girlfriends." "Your dinner is almost ready," Rita told them. "I'll go back and get it." "Thank you." Bridget gave her a smile. After Rita left, she turned to Dawn. "She's pretty. What happened between you two?" "I can't believe we're talking about this. It's all water under the bridge." "Not to her it isn't. It didn't work out for me is guy code for I got what I wanted from her, it's time to move on. She's hurt, and you reopen that wound every time you bring a date here." "There isn't another restaurant in town. I have to bring dates here. I guess I could walk them down Main Street on a freezing night and tell them all about the old buildings." She shook her head. "I wouldn't suggest that. I do see the problem, though. Maybe you should slow down. You move on to the next woman way too fast. Start at the beginning and really get to know them." "I was hoping it would work out with you." "Not with your reputation. I decided to give you a chance because of the flowers. The sleigh ride was a magical touch, but then you bring me to a restaurant with chicken fried steak and an old girlfriend. That was a fail." Rita set their dinners in front of them. "Now's my chance. Rita, Can I ask you a question? Bridget said. Sure. If Don asked you out on a date again, would you go? Don scratched his neck. You asking me out? Rita gazed down at him. Sure. We can find a nice restaurant in Berlin. Maybe even catch a movie. What about her? Rita pointed at Bridget. Bridget held her hands up. Don't worry about me. Sure, I've always wanted to try one of those nice places in Berlin. It's settled then. Bridget stood up. Here, Rita, sit down. You can even have my chicken fried steak. Well, it is time for my break, if you don't mind. Not at all. How does a person get a cab in this town? No cabs this time of night. I'll call the sleigh back and he'll take you home. Lillian sat at the front desk when Bridget came in. You left with a date and you came home alone. What happened? Rita took over my date. What? Okay, it was going badly. So I talked Rita into sitting down and eating my dinner while I got out of there. It was awkward having his old girlfriend as a server. Bridget shook. It started out great. Now you've officially jinxed yourself. No one in this town will ever ask you out again. Good. Lillian hugged her. I'm heading home. Oh, before you go, I had a great idea. I've leased the sleighs for the duration of the festival. I was reading the old reviews from last year, and they said there was a problem with getting around town with only one taxi that worked from 9 to 5. The sleigh company has 3 horse and carriage teams, so I've rented them, and they are going to put a courtesy of the Lovely Lucy Lodge on the sides as they go around town. All of the guests from the hotel will see that and wish they were here. Sounds good. Will Fillmore go along with it? I guess I'll find out when he gets the bill. Lillian smiled. Good night. Chapter 16. I think I'm in love. It's never happened to me before. I don't know what to do. Dawn, get a hold of yourself. Remember me? I'm the one you stole the girl from. Bryce fumed. No, not Bridget. I'm talking about Rita. What? You went on a date with Bridget, remember? It got interrupted. I ended up spending the evening with Rita. I call that a fumble. No, it's more like an inside-the-park home run. You try to hit it over the wall, but you don't. Still, when all is said and done, you still have a home run. Whatever, dude. I'm happy for you, really, I am. Especially since that means I can try again with Bridget. Flowers and sleigh rides. She's a sucker for flowers and sleigh rides. She didn't get any sleigh rides in Atlanta, I'm sure. Atlanta? Is that where she's from? Dude, you need to stop talking about yourself on dates. Get to know her. Ask her questions. People love talking about themselves. Well, maybe not as much as you do. Oh, and I wouldn't take her to the diner on Friday nights. She hates country music. In fact, don't take her to the diner at all. She doesn't like the menu. Good to know. An hour later, Bryce walked into the lobby of the lodge. Lillian stood at the front desk. Is Bridget here? Bridget stepped out of her office. Wow, what is this? I brought you some flowers. He smiled. Taking them, she said, You really should have taken off the price tag. $4.99 grocery store special. You shouldn't have. You shouldn't have been so cheap. She set them next to the flowers Dawn had given her. Bryce's flowers were dwarfed by the large bouquet. Folding her arms, she asked, Is there anything else I can do for you? No. I just wanted to bring you flowers. I guess I'll be going now. Instead of getting in his car, he headed over to the coffee shop. When he walked in, Rita and Dawn held hands across a table. It didn't work, Bryce blurted out. What didn't work? Dawn asked. Taking her flowers didn't work. He sat down next to Rita. I forgot to take the price tag off, and she wasn't impressed by the daily special. Rita snorted. You sent her the daily special? No, I took them over. That was worse than not giving her flowers at all. Now she thinks you're cheap. What do I do? Women are a mystery to me. I didn't have a sister growing up, and my mother was a tomboy. I don't have a clue how to behave. I'm going to give up. It's just too hard. I think that's a good idea. Do nothing for a couple of weeks. Rita said. Then you can start over from scratch. What if someone steals her from me meanwhile? There is no one else, Dawn replied. I'm out of the running. You're the only contender left. Thanks, guys. It's been great talking to you. I feel better. Driving back to the hotel, Lionel was there to greet him. James called. He seemed a little upset that you weren't here. I took a message and left it on your desk. What was the gist of it? Get your revenue up, the hotel's losing money, he had great faith in you when he hired you, etc. He hired me because no one else would take the job, and that's the only reason I'm still here. He's selling the hotel. What? Bryce asked. Yes, I found an online ad for it when I Googled us. We're for sale. Bryce went up and looked over Lionel's shoulder as he pulled up the ad. Don't that beat all? What a snake that James is. They're cutting their losses and running. The new owners will undoubtedly want their own people in here. Probably, but for now, I'm still drawing a paycheck, so I'm getting to work. I'm going to go visit my mom while I'm still in town. Bryce headed back out the door. He rubbed the snow off the face of the gravestone as he stood there. I'm in big trouble, Mom. The hotel isn't doing well. They're going to sell it, so I'll probably be leaving town. Wiping back a tear, he said, I miss you. I'm trying to find Mike, but I haven't yet. I thought he'd come back to town eventually. He took a deep breath. I met a girl. She's beautiful. The only problem is she hates my guts. Looking down at the grave, he smiled. You were a good mom. The best. Bye for now. Taking the tissue out of his pocket, he dabbed his eyes. He sat in the car for 15 minutes to get his composure back before heading to work. Chapter 17. He bought you flowers. He's trying, at least, Lillian said. The man just doesn't get it. He calls me a girl. You can refer to yourself as a girl, but if a man thinks of you as a girl, he'll never treat you like a woman. That was one of the things my father taught me. All right, but apparently his father didn't teach him anything like that. It would have been easier if he had. Did you hear about the storm coming in? No. How bad is it going to be? Bad. It might set a record for snowfall during November. This isn't good. Bridget sat in her office, making sure all the computer files were up to date in case the power went out. Bookings for after the festival were up and things were looking good. Her stay-and-play program was a success. She picked up her phone when it rang. Fillmore, how are you doing? Not as good as you. I'm wondering, though, why I bought 3 horses? I think I would have remembered buying horses. You pulled a fast one on me about redoing the rooms. But I know I didn't authorize horses. It'll make more sense when the bill for 3 sleighs gets there. Sleighs? You're not buying the horses. You're just leasing them until the festival is over. It's hard to get around town during the festival because there's only one taxi in town and it only works 9 to 5. The sleighs will transport our customers to and from the lodge to the different festival events. They all will have signage with the lodge's name on it. That way, our customers won't have to trudge through the snow like the hotel's customers. Okay, but this will all come off of your bottom line. My bottom line is doing really well. Even with the remodel and sleighs, I'm still way ahead of the previous manager. Yes, and your online reviews are up too. I do hear that you're in for quite a storm over the next few days. Yes, it's supposed to really dump here. The predominant winds blow a snowdrift against the back of the lodge. It piles up against the back balcony of the apartment. You, being a woman and all, might not want to do this, but me and my front desk manager used to strip down to our skivvies, jump bare-chested into the snowdrift only we did more like a belly flop. You don't want to go in too deep or you'll break your neck. There's nothing like the snow rushing past your bare chest. It's such fun. We'd then pull ourselves back up onto the balcony so no one would see us. It was such great fun. That sounds like a wild and crazy thing to do. Anyway, not making any suggestions, just remembering the good old days. Keep up the good work. Bye, sir. Bye. After the phone call, Bridget sat out on her balcony, wrapped up in a thick blanket with Mr. Brooks sitting and purring on her lap as she stroked the cat's side. Bridget sipped a cup of hot chocolate as she watched the snow fall. She had seen snow before, but not in these amounts. It amazed her how quiet it made everything. She could no longer see Mount Washington in the background. She only came in when the wind kicked up and snow flew in her face. Instead of staying in the apartment, she went into the new lobby. Lillian smiled as she passed by and went back to her phone call. Instead of tiling the old fireplace, George had suggested getting rid of the stone and putting a copper hood on top of it so they could enjoy an open flame under the hood. Bridget was ecstatic with the result. She turned the gas flame up to medium and kicked her feet up, warming her toes with the fire. Lillian came over and sat beside her. 2 more bookings for the spring. George has started on the upstairs rooms. He says instead of doing one at a time, he's going to demo all of them at the same time. He might not make it before Thanksgiving, but a day or 2 after will work, and then he'll start in on the downstairs rooms after the festival. Does that conflict with our bookings? Lillian shook her head. It doesn't look like, unless he goes 2 days after Thanksgiving. Then we'd have a problem, but he says he's going to work extra hard not to do that. He's done a great job here. He even suggested design modifications that hadn't occurred to me. It's turned out awesome. They both turned and looked out the window as the wind whistled by, blowing a puff of snow off the roof of a car. It's going to be a good storm, Lillian said. Do you mind if I leave early so I can make sure I get home? No, go now before it gets worse. Lillian grabbed her coat and purse and headed out the door. Getting herself another cup of hot chocolate, Bridget sat down by the fire. A half an hour went by and Lillian came back in. I'm stuck. I'll help you. Bridget stood up. Don't bother. I slid off into a ditch. There's no way the 2 of us can push it out. I called Sheriff Joe to come and rescue me, but there's a massive pile up just south of town. He says he'll be there most of the night. He asked me if I was blocking traffic or hurt. I said no to both of those. He asked me if I could make it home or had a place to stay. I said I was good there too. Then he wished me luck. I'll get you a room key. No, I don't want the maids having to clean up after me. Can I just crash on your couch for the night? Sure. What about Mr. Brooks? Aren't you allergic to cats? My doctor has me on a new allergy pill. It's working like a champ. I can even go over to my grandmother's house now, and she has 6 cats. Scary Catwoman, the neighbors call her. Sounds like. Great. I've got an extra blanket in the closet. It's left over from Charles, though. I have to warn you, it's tie-dyed. I won't need a blanket. You keep your apartment Atlanta warm. I'm fine. Bridget stood up. I'll go and get you some pajamas at least. Mine should fit you just fine. Thanks. An hour later, with the lodge closed for the night, Lillian headed off to the couch. Mr. Brooks jumped up and lay down next to her. When she stroked his fur, he began purring. Looks like you 2 are all cozy. I guess I'll go to bed alone tonight. Bridget sighed and then headed into her room. The wind buffeted the lodge all night. In the morning, Bridget opened the lobby and then went back into the apartment. Did you sleep okay? Lillian smiled. The purring is really soothing. I'm going to have to look into getting me a purring machine like yours. Did you see the snow piled up on the balcony? No. Bridget drew the blinds. Wow. That's what Fillmore talked about. He said he and his front desk person would jump into the snowbank in just their skivvies. Let's do it. I haven't done anything crazy in a long time. I have to call Lionel, though. When I do something crazy, he records it so I can prove it to my friends I actually did it. Really? She thought for a minute. Okay, I'm in. With Lionel standing outside, the 2 of them in their underwear balanced on the balcony railing. Both of them wore the lodge's bathrobes. Wait, Bridget said. To get the full effect, Fillmore said it had to be done bare-chested. Lillian gasped. You're not thinking of going topless, are you? That was Fillmore's opinion. Of course not. That would be too wild and crazy. Lionel, keep filming, but close your eyes, Lillian shouted down at him. Taking off their robes, they counted down. 3, 2, 1, Geronimo! Both landed deep in the snowbank. Only the outline of the bodies at the point of impact remained. Bridget popped up first. That was so awesome, but I'm freezing. Fillmore said he climbed back up the balcony to get in. I'm cold, Lillian complained. They headed to the balcony, but they couldn't get up. Fillmore is a lot taller than us. Is the back door to the lodge open? We can pop in there and then into your apartment if it's unlocked. Where did Lionel go? He had to get to work. Let's go. All the doors are open. She crossed her fingers. I think. They ran in the back door and along the narrow hallway and up the stairs to the lobby. From there, they would have to turn a corner by the desk and enter Bridget's apartment. They would have made it if they hadn't run headlong into the mayor. Excuse me, oh my. The mayor looked to be covering his eyes, but Bridget could tell he was peeking between his fingers. I'll be right back. Bridget took off. Lillian zipped by the collision and managed to get into the apartment first, with Bridget in hot pursuit. What just happened? Lillian asked. We just flashed the mayor. I hope he doesn't have a heart attack. He won't tell anybody, will he? Bridget shrugged. I don't think so. Oh well, it's over. There's nothing we can do about it now. Lillian pulled on her clothes and headed towards the front desk. Here goes nothing. Bridget followed her out a second later. They found the mayor in the lobby staring blankly at the fire. Hello, how can I help you? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to catch you, I guess I should call before I come, but I didn't expect, not even in my wildest dreams, well... He took a deep breath. What on earth were you doing? Snowdiving. We were supposed to get back up on the balcony, but we're too short. Sorry, I didn't mean to give you a shock. You did, though. Anyway, Maud insisted we invite you to dinner after those 2 disastrous dates you've had. And you can bet it won't be any chicken fried steak, is what she said. Bridget glanced over at Lillian, who was nodding her head. Yes, I'd be delighted. 6:30 tomorrow work for you? Yes, that would be fine. It's settled then. He stood up. Oh, and please don't mention what happened here. You know, the snow jumping. Not a word. She crossed her heart. After he left, Bridget turned to Lillian. Does everyone in town know who I've dated and how it turned out? Lillian nodded. Yeah, pretty much. Chapter 18. Boy, you did stick that car good, the tow truck driver said. The 2 women stood in the parking lot as the wrecker pulled Lillian's car out of the ditch. Oh no! The door is dented. Lionel's going to kill me. He polishes this thing twice a day. Bridget looked closer. It's not that bad. Stop by the auto body shop on the way home. They can pull that out. It's in Berlin. I'm going to have to fess up. Bridget shook her head. Sorry. The tow truck driver unhitched the car from the cable. There you go, ma'am. Get in and make sure it starts up. Lillian did so. It's good to go. You all have a pleasant day. The man drove away. Well, here goes nothing. I'll see you later. Have a good day. Remember you're taking over for me tonight about 6. I remember. Bridget walked back to the lodge. Only 3 rooms were rented for that day, and they had all left by checkout time. Only one couple would spend the night. As she checked the bookings for the next 2 weeks, she noticed they were nearly sold out. That's odd. It's before the festival. That's a good thing, at least. She now wished she could rent out the top floor, too, but those rooms weren't ready yet. She let Mr. Brooks out of her apartment and grabbed a glass of wine and a good book. Sitting by the fire with a cat on her lap, she read and relaxed. When the couple came to check in, Bridget stood up right away and put Mr. Brooks in the room. Welcome to the Lovely Lucy Lodge. We don't have reservations. We hope you're not full. No, we have a room on the main floor. We need one with a balcony, like in the video, the man insisted. What video? Bridget asked. The lady burst out in giggles, but the man kept his cool. We saw an online ad that showed the hotel had balconies. Oh, really? That must have been corporate. The lodge is built on a hill, so all the rooms on the back, both first and second story, have balconies. The lady only laughed harder, but the man replied, "We'll take the first floor then." All right. Bridget took down their info and then handed them the key. The woman, although still red in the face, stopped laughing at least. 2 more couples checked in before the people with actual reservations arrived. "Oh," the man said. "I told my wife to be ready for Stone Age rustic. I love what you've done with the place." "The guest rooms aren't done yet, but we'll be finishing those after Christmas." "Sounds good. We'll have to come back in the spring. I love your new webpage, and you even take credit cards now. That makes it so much easier." "We wanted to join the current century." Bridget smiled. Handing them their key card, she went back to her book and fire. Lillian rushed in a few minutes later. "I hope I'm not too late. Lionel made me drive to Berlin to get the dent pulled out." Bridget gazed down at her watch. "You're fine. I still have 20 minutes to walk over there." She stood up. As an afterthought, she picked up the flowers Bryce had given her. "I think Maud will appreciate these more than I do." She pulled off the price tag. "Have fun." When she arrived, the mayor let her in. She stepped in 2 steps when she noticed Bryce sitting at the table. "What?" When he turned to see who had come in, his jaw dropped. If he'd been a cartoon character, Bridget thought, he would have had a bubble over his head with a large question mark in it. At least he didn't know what was happening. Maud stood up. "Hello, Bridget. I know you know Bryce." "Yes, of course. These are for you, Maud." "Oh, how lovely. I'll get a vase." Bridget had hoped that Maud would put them in the other room, but she put them in the center of the table instead. "I recognize those flowers," Bryce said. Bridget kicked him under the table. "Ow. Are you all right, dear?" Maud asked. "My shin accidentally hit Bridget's foot." "Oh dear, do be more careful." "What were you saying about the flowers?" "I've seen that type of flower before. They are very pretty. Definitely something worth keeping." "Yes, lovely, aren't they?" "I have supper in the oven. I'll just go get it. Honey, will you help me?" "Oh, I'm sure." When they left, Bryce whispered, "Those are the flowers I gave you." She whispered back, "I'm sure Maud will appreciate them more than I do because they were dwarfed by the flowers Dawn gave me." "I knew Dawn gave you flowers. How did that work out for you?" Maud came back in the room carrying a roast, followed by the mayor with the vegetable tray, a bowl of mashed potatoes, and a loaf of bread. When they sat down, Maud said, "Honey, your hat." "Oh, sorry." He took off his fedora, revealing a completely bald head on top. To Bridget, it looked as if he polished his head. No wonder he wears a hat. "It's time to say grace," the mayor said. Bridget folded her arms and closed her eyes. After a minute's silence, she looked up. Everyone around the table was holding hands. "Oh." She reached up and held the mayor's and Bryce's hand as the mayor said grace. The mayor sliced the roast, giving each of them a piece. Maud spooned out the mashed potatoes. "What are your plans for Thanksgiving?" Maud asked. She pointed a spoon at Bridget. She thought for a minute. The question had caught her off guard. "I don't have any." "Good, you're coming here." Turning to Bryce, Maud said, "What are yours? I know you don't have any family left." I was planning on spending it alone." "Nonsense. 2 p.m. on Thanksgiving Day. I'll see both of you here. Rita and Dawn will be here too, so it won't be so awkward for you two. I'll invite the twins also." "Who are the twins?" Bryce whispered to Bridget. "Really?" was her only response. She didn't want him to know that Lionel told Lillian what Bryce was up to. At least not yet. "Bridget, my dear," Maud said, "I know so little about you." "Not much to tell. Grew up and went to school in Georgia." "It must be so cold up here for you. Some days more so than others." The mayor snorted. "Are you okay, dear?" "Just swallowed wrong." After dinner, Bryce and Bridget found themselves on the porch at the same time. "So, what did I do so wrong that you gave my flowers away?" She folded her arms. "I can't really point to one instance of wrongdoing when nothing you've done so far has been right. We went on a date, and you didn't pick me up, but met me by the high school. Then you talked the whole time and didn't let me get a word in edgewise and tried to feed me peppermint. Then you gave me on-sale flowers. Then you insulted the place I work. What have you done right?" He sighed, turned and walked down the street. She watched him go. "You know, he's really cute when he's all dejected like that," she giggled to herself. Entering the lodge, Bridget found Lillian sitting by the fire with Mr. Brooks in her lap. "I hope you don't mind. I borrowed your cat." "No problem. Thanks for covering for me. Was it pretty slow tonight?" "No. We've rented out most of downstairs. All of the back balcony rooms are occupied. It looks like Angie and Lisa will get a full day of cleaning when they come in tomorrow." "Wow, really? That's great, but I wonder why." Lillian shrugged. "Oh, by the way, how did dinner go?" Bridget smirked. "Bryce was there. He's still clueless. But he's a cute clueless. He was upset when I gave Maud his flowers." Lillian let go a laugh. That Maud. Always trying to play matchmaker. But she isn't usually this blatant. They both looked up as a car pulled in. Lionel came into the lobby. "Oh, here's my ride." Lillian stood up. Lionel came in the door. "You've upset him this time, Bridget." "What did I do?" "Did you really give his flowers away? Anyway, you told him the truth. He sucks. No guy wants to hear he sucks. He's still mumbling about not understanding women." "What did you tell him?" Bridget asked. "I told him you were right. He sucks at understanding women. Anyway, you ready to go, Lillian?" "Yes." She handed Mr. Brooks back to Bridget. "Thanks for the use of the cat. It's so soothing to hold him. Have a good night." "Night." Chapter 19. The next morning, Bridget stood by the front desk, checking the reservations for the day when she heard someone coming up the back stairs. A young giggling couple in their underwear, trailing snow, ran through the lobby, past the desk, and down the hall. What on earth? Bridget walked into her apartment and out onto her balcony. She saw the imprints of where she and Lillian had jumped into the snow. But on either side of her apartment were 12 more imprints of other people who had done the same thing. What's going on? As she stood there, her phone rang. "Hello, Fillmore." "Anything exciting happening there at the lodge?" She could hear his smile over the phone. "Oh, just trying to survive here." "Harold wants me to fire you." "Why?" Bridget asked. "Go to your computer and type in Lovely Lucy Lodge snow jumping." Her heart skipped a beat. Oh no. As she typed, Lillian walked in. "Good morning," Lillian whispered. Bridget frantically motioned her over and then hit play. There, for all the world to see, were the two of them jumping off the balcony into the snowdrift. Lillian's eyes flashed open wide. "Yes, I see it, Fillmore." Bridget emphasized Fillmore so Lillian would understand who was on the phone. Lillian clapped her hand over her mouth. "Harold sent me the video with a note saying that I had to fire you. Now, I can't very well fire you for doing something I told you about. In fact, I found the whole thing hilarious. I checked your numbers. Bookings are up 40% since the video came out, but I understand you might be embarrassed and not want to be there anymore. I've sent Harold down early to the resort in the Caribbean. If you want to come back to Atlanta, you can have his old job." She looked over at Lillian, then around the lodge. "No, I want to stay here." "Suit yourself. You're doing a bang-up job there." When Bridget hung up the phone, Lillian asked, "Are we being fired?" "No, worse than that. He offered me a promotion. I turned him down. I don't quit in the middle of a project, and this hotel is only half finished." "Promotion? That was the last thing I expected." "Follow me," Bridget said, and then took Lillian out onto the balcony to show her all the impressions in the snow. After studying them for a minute, Lillian said, "It's a good thing we have the second story closed, or else people would be breaking their necks. Is there anything under the snow they're going to hit unexpectedly?" "The barbecue grill is the only thing out on the patio in the summertime, but I put that away myself before winter." Bridget breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm so glad to hear it. Meanwhile, I'm going to wring Lionel's neck." She dialed her phone. "You forgot to click private on the video of us snow jumping. The big boss has seen it. You almost got us fired." Lillian drummed her fingers as she waited for his response. "No, sorry isn't good enough. Fix it." She paused again. "Wait, what? How many?" She held the phone to her chest. 1.8 million views. "How do we stop this?" "He's taken it down, but there are so many copies by now, it will spread and spread." She picked back up the phone. "I'm not happy with you." Then she hung up and put the phone back in her pocket. I can see him now dancing around the room saying, "It went viral. My video went viral." Oh well, it's all water under the bridge at this point. We'll look back at that video when we're 90 years old and say, "Boy, look at the body I used to have." Lillian laughed. "You always find the bright side. We shouldn't have done it in the first place. It's a lesson learned. Never let Lionel post another video of us being wild and crazy." Another bit of good news, we're booked until January. Bridget smiled as a couple of girls, in swimsuits this time, ran up the back stairs and down the hall, trailing snow all the way. The reporter from the local paper waited at the front desk of the hotel for Bryce to arrive. "Oh, there you are. I wasn't expecting you so soon." "We agreed on 8. It's now 8:15. Bryce looked at his watch. "So it is. Step into my office." When the reporter sat down, he said, "Thanks for meeting with me today. My boss wants me to do a story on the 2 hotels in the valley. Do you think there is a need for a new hotel in the area? We've had the lovely Lucy Lodge for decades. That's really all we've needed. That old lodge is doomed. Once people realize there is a modern hotel here with Wi-Fi and morning coffee, they will never stay in that place again. I hear the decor is right out of the 60s. So you think they will go under, even though they are a large part of this community? We have twice the rooms, and just look at the decor, inside and out. It's modern and happening. If you want to stay in a time capsule, sure, stay at the lodge. But old people can get reminiscent. We're the future." The reporter took notes until he caught up to Bryce. "How long do you give the lodge before you force them to close their doors?" "I think they'll make it through the festival, but it's going to be hard to be in business much past that. I think by April, they'll be gone." "I see." When the man finished taking his notes, he thanked Bryce and left. A few days later, Lillian opened the paper. "Lionel said that Bryce talked to the local reporter a couple of days ago. I want to see what he said." She held it up as she flipped through the back pages. "It's right here, on the front page," Bridget said. She folded it and set it on the counter. Bridget read over her shoulder. "The hotel will drive lovely Lucy Lodge out of business by April." Interesting headline. Totally untrue, but interesting. "He says we're a time capsule," Lillian replied. "I guess he didn't look around when he brought me the flowers, or he would have recognized the tile. That may have upset him as much as giving away his flowers did." Lillian folded up the paper and threw it away. I'm done with that. Bryce is just being nasty. We should get equal time, don't you think? We can be nasty too. In fact, I'm very good at nasty. Is there a phone number to call? Lillian pulled the paper out of the trash. Here it is. They both looked up as the mayor hesitantly walked in. Oh, good. You're here. How can I help you, Mayor? Bridget asked. Remember when I told you about the snowcat ride? Well, I'm taking sign-ups to make sure we have enough room for the people who want to go. How many people normally attend, and is Maud coming? No, she won't be there. We usually have 3 snowcats full, about 36 people. In that case, I would love to. Chapter 20. Would you look at this article? Bryce slammed the paper down on the front desk counter. She says that they are upgrading the lodge and are glad the hotel is in town so it can take the overflow from the lovely Lucy. He folded his arms. She's treating us like we're subservient to them. Lionel glanced down at it. She says that they are fully booked to January. How do we get to that point? Oh, and it says here they are so busy they're thinking of doubling the size of the lodge to accommodate the customers. Bryce broke out his smile as a couple entered, dragging their suitcases behind them. Good morning. Good morning. We would like a room, the husband said. As Lionel worked on getting their info, Bryce asked, What brings you to town? Well, we are vendors and come early to set up for the festival, but we can't get a room at the lodge, so we're coming here. They said you wouldn't be busy. Luckily, we do have a room, Bryce's exterior said. His interior screamed, They said we wouldn't be busy? She sent them over here? How condescending of her. When Lionel handed them the key, Bryce said through gritted teeth, Enjoy your stay. After the couple left, Bryce pointed to the computer. How do you make reservations at the lodge? I was told they didn't even have a website and they took cash only. Let me look. He tapped a few keys and clicked the mouse a couple of times. Yes, they have a website and they take credit cards. Oh, and it says here they are fully booked up. Let's see how far in advance. He clicked a few more keys. Nope, can't get a room till the middle of January. He slammed his fist on the counter. Looking up, a couple had come through the door and were heading to the desk. There, that fixed it. Oh, I thought you were mad we were here, said the men. Everywhere else in town is booked up. They said at the lodge you would have room. Lionel, will you help out? I've got to go to my office. When the hotel's phone rang, Bryce picked it up. Baden Hotel. Oh, you're at work. That must be why your bookings are up. They are not up enough, however, but I thought I'd call and commend you for a step in the right direction. Hello, James. Why didn't you just call my cell? I don't know if you're at work or not if I call your cell. We found a listing for the hotel. You're selling it? Yes, we divest every business that isn't making its revenue targets, and the hotel is way below that. We'll take the money and reinvest it into a business that does make its revenue targets. What does that leave me? It's a cruel world, but we would no longer require you going forward. You probably ought to get your resume polished up. Thanks for nothing. Bryce didn't wait for James to say goodbye. Going back out to the lobby, he noted the people had already headed off to their room. I just talked to James. They are selling the hotel. Maybe the new owners will keep us on, Lionel replied. They will bring in their own management team, I'm sure. You have a good chance of keeping your job, though. As they were talking, the mayor walked in. Hello, Bryce. I just came to ask if you were interested in the annual snowcat trek up to the top of Mount Washington. Is she going to be there? Bryce folded his arms. I imagine, but so will about 30 people, so you won't even have to talk to her. It will be a pleasant day before the chaos of the festival starts. Okay, count me in. Good. I'm looking forward to it. The mayor headed out the door. Are you going to let her run your life? If she's there, you don't want to be, unless there are a lot of people? Lionel asked. You're right. I need to ignore her. She drives me crazy, though. And then we have Maud and her matchmaking. Good morning, Bridget. Fillmore, it's good to hear from you. Is Harold trying to get me fired still? He let go a laugh. No, he has his hands full down there in paradise. He is actually having to work, but not having the same success you are. No, the reason I'm calling is about that newspaper article. Oh, that. I was responding to what the manager of the hotel said about us. I wanted to put him in his place. I read what you said about doubling the size of the lodge. I think it's a wonderful idea. In fact, I'm having my finance department look into it. I own the lot behind the lodge, but I don't want to ruin that beautiful view of the mountain by putting up another building there. Miss Claire owns the house next door to the lodge. We are talking to her about selling and adding on to the building there. You're thinking of expanding the lodge? I was just making him look stupid for saying we were going out of business. Listen, I don't know who this hotel manager is, but he sounds like a real piece of work. You're doing great things down there, and if you think we need more rooms, I'm going to look into how we can get you more rooms. Just a minute. But I wasn't serious. Sorry, I've got to go. Fillmore, I wasn't seriously saying that. Fillmore? Lillian ducked her head in. Did you read today's headlines? Fillmore thinks I want to double the size of the lodge. Well, so does the city council. They've approved the building of an addition. They're assuming the lodge wants to build it on the land we already own. Who is Miss Claire? Bridget asked. She's a widow who lives in that small house next to the lodge. Do you think she'll sell to us? Lillian shook her head. Not in a million years. She's not a nice person. Oh, okay. Fillmore mentioned her as a possible expansion. What is his plan B? Bridget smiled. He didn't go that far. I need those upstairs guest rooms. I talked to George. He's on schedule, but just barely. They'll be done on time if he has to work Thanksgiving Day. I hate to make him do that, but we need those rooms. I hate sending people over to the hotel. Chapter 21. The yellow Baden High School bus, with Baden High School on the side, sat in the parking lot. When Bridget stepped in, she sighed. I haven't been in one of these in years. She noticed Bryce sitting in the front of the bus, so she headed to the back. The seat was the old brown leather that she remembered as a kid. It was her vegetarian years, and the thought of sitting on part of a cow repulsed her. Now that she had found out how much she liked steak, she had no qualms about sitting down. She even had leather seats in her SUV and loved them. The bus made it up to the Wilderness Center where they transferred to 4 snow coaches. The mayor, with a clipboard, assigned people to the different vehicles. As she waited for her turn, Bridget checked out the snow coaches. They were the machines the mayor called snowcats. Instead of wheels, they had triangular tracks where the wheels normally were. Otherwise, they looked like any van you would see on the highway. Turning to Bridget, the mayor said, Looks like you and I are the only ones left. Get in the lead snowcat and make your way to the back. I'll be right behind you. She climbed on board. She had to navigate the narrow path between the seats. When she sat down, the man next to her looked over and said, Oh no. Bryce. She turned to get up, but the mayor sat down next to her, blocking her way. Glaring at him only made him shrug. Maud made me do it. Like that's a reason. You're not married to her. Are you following me? Bryce asked. Don't flatter yourself. You're not really doubling the capacity of the lodge, are you? That was a joke to get at me, right? The city council has already approved it. How about you? Is our overflow keeping you afloat? Not hardly. I mean, we'll do fine without you. I believe the not hardly part. When they arrived 2/3 of the way up the hill, the snow coach stopped and everyone filed out. The view of the mountains and valleys awed Bridget. She had nothing like that in Georgia. Despite the freezing temperatures, she stood there for the longest time, taking cell phone pictures until she couldn't feel her fingers anymore. Then she put them in her pocket to warm them up and began the process over again. That's it for the day. Same seats as before, the mayor called out. Bridget turned to the woman next to her. Which seat are you in? The second seat back of the last snow coach against the window. I'll give you $30 to trade me seats. Okay. Bridget had the nicest talk with the owner of the local jewelry store on the way back, all the while enjoying the views much better than having to look past Bryce as she did on the way up. The snow coach stopped at the Wilderness Center where they transferred back to the school bus. As they arrived at the high school, there was a buffet set up for them in the gym, catered by the local restaurant. Bridget walked through the line, trying to decide if she wanted to stay or go. Try the chicken fried steak. It's not bad, really. Bridget looked up to see Rita standing there, ready to serve her. Okay, you've talked me into it. Great. She dished up a steak onto Bridget's plate. Then she added mashed potatoes and country gravy, along with a helping of green beans. Thanks. She found a seat next to the mayor and sat down. Pointing her scolding finger at him and wagging it, she said, No more tricks. No more dinner invites with just me and Bryce there. No more forcing us to sit together. No more place cards at dinner. Got it? Got it, but I can't control Maud. Yes, but you can control you. You don't have to go along with the things she does. He nodded. Hey, this chicken fried steak isn't so bad. One of my favorites, the mayor admitted. When she arrived back at the lodge, George came up. You can have the 8 rooms on the upper level on the south side back. I'm done with them. The others will be done soon. The crew voted to work all night rather than ruin Thanksgiving Day. She hugged him. Thank you so much. Going to the computer, she marked those rooms as available. Almost instantly, 2 bookings showed up. Later that night, she put the no vacancy sign up and locked the doors. A few minutes later, a frantic knock came on the back door. She opened it. She found a young couple in their underwear shivering. Your room key works on the back door, Bridget said. Lost it in the snowbank. Can you possibly let us in our room, too? She made them another key and sent them on their way. Then she went straight to the balcony. A young girl stood poised to jump. No more jumps after this. I'm going to bed and will not be opening any more doors tonight. Okay, the girl said, then screamed as she jumped straight into the snowbank. Instead of running for the back door, she went back towards her balcony. They had a rope rigged and she climbed up. In the morning, Bridget came out to find Lillian there. What are you doing? It's your day off. Happy Thanksgiving to you, too. I'm going to the mayor's house with you. Lionel hasn't told Bryce that I'm his sister, and we don't want him putting 2 and 2 together. We don't want him thinking he's being spied on. Oh, but he is. Bridget laughed. How about Rita and Dawn? Are they going to let slip? No, everyone else has been sworn to secrecy. Bryce just isn't getting it. He went to school with our older brother. He should know. He's not very focused. Maybe it's because the hotel is in trouble, and if it sells, he'll be out of a job. Yeah, poor guy. It almost makes me feel sorry for him. Bridget thought for a second. But not quite. Your job tonight is to keep him away from me. I'll do my best, sir. Lillian saluted. Okay, don't get all military-ish on me. I don't think that's even a word. Lillian brought out a grocery bag full of large marshmallows, chocolate bars, and graham crackers. Have you ever eaten s'mores? At girls' camp, when I was a kid. Lillian turned on the fireplace flame. Picking up 2 long sticks from behind the counter, she asked, "What are we waiting for?" As they roasted their marshmallows, the couple who Bridget had let in the night before came up to check out. Lillian stood up and helped them. "Can we join you?" the man asked. "Yes, of course," Lillian replied. "I bought way too many marshmallows anyway." The 4 of them chatted as they made s'mores while they sat around the fire. A while later, the new night manager came in early, so Lillian and Bridget could go to dinner at the mayor's house. Chapter 22. Maud answered the door when the 2 of them knocked. Upon entering, they found a fully decked-out table, a forest green tablecloth with red napkins and blue and white china. The table had been expanded to accommodate 8 place settings. The turkey, mashed potatoes and gravy, cranberry sauce, stuffing, and wine were already on the table. Bridget grimaced when she saw the name cards in front of every seat. Sure enough, Maud had her sitting next to Bryce again. Lillian picked up her name card and traded it, which caused Bridget to suppress a laugh. "Are you all right, dear?" "Yes," Bridget blushed. As they sat down, Maud scowled when she saw Lillian and Bridget had traded places, but she didn't say anything. Bridget sat between Dawn and Lionel. Everyone held hands as the mayor said grace. It was word for word the same as the last grace Bridget had heard him say. At least he memorized a nice prayer. The mayor sliced the turkey and passed it around. Tasting it, Bridget said, "Oh, Maud, this is excellent. Melt in your mouth moist." "It was my mother's technique. You cook it at a higher temperature for less time. There are a few more tricks to it, but if I told you those, I'd have to kill you. Old family secrets." Everyone snickered. The rest of dinner tasted wonderful, too. There were just the right amount of lumps in the mashed potatoes, so one could tell they weren't an instant, but also didn't distract from the taste. The gravy and cranberry sauce were perfect. Bridget gazed across the table at Bryce. "He's cute. Why don't I like this guy? Oh yeah, he's a self-centered egotist and a klutz with women." She diverted her eyes when he looked up. "Now, how were you both able to come here today with no one watching the front desk?" Maud asked. Bridget thought she was talking to her and opened her mouth to answer, but Bryce spoke up instead. "We have one of the housekeepers wanting extra hours, so we taught her how to run the front desk." "In our case, we've been so busy we had to hire a night manager. They normally come in after 5 when Lillian goes home." Bryce scowled but didn't say anything. "That's nice, dear," Maud replied. "When I read that newspaper article about how you might go out of business, I worried. We don't want to lose the lovely Lucy. It's been part of the town for so many years." "No, we're not going anywhere." The mayor piped in. "The city council has even approved the expansion of the lodge, dear." "Oh, that is so nice." Bridget glanced over at Bryce. He glared back. She gave him a dazzling smile. "And Bryce here is going to be the grand marshal of our Christmas parade tomorrow," the mayor said to no one in particular. To Bridget, it seemed he was changing the subject away from the competing hotels. The rest of dinner went well with people joking and laughing. Dawn made an excellent conversationalist, and even Bryce came out of his shell a bit. She even had to admit that he had a good sense of humor. "Let's play charades," Maud announced. A collective groan came from the guests. Now, it'll be fun," the mayor reassured them. Maud picked the teams, and of course, Bridget and Bryce were on the same team. She laughed and laughed when he tried to do a kangaroo. Even if she figured out what it was, She couldn't have answered from laughing so hard. When her turn came around, she drew the word ostrich. Trying to bury her head into the carpet didn't work. No one figured it out, but Bryce had a good laugh. As she and Lillian were leaving, Maud brought their coats to them from the back bedroom. She whispered in Bridget's ear, "Bryce is not such a bad sort. Give him a chance." "I'll think about it," Bridget whispered back. As they walked home, Lillian smiled. Now that was fun, even with the cheesy game. They arrived at the lodge. The couple who had eaten s'mores with them were still there, sitting around the fire talking. "Is this any way to spend Thanksgiving?" Bridget asked. "Oh, we went out to dinner, but we enjoyed the fire so much. We checked back in, stowed our suitcases, and came back out here." Bridget and Lillian sat down next to them. "That's awesome. Where are you from?" "I'm Andy Gibbs, from New York." "You're Andy Gibbs? I'm Bridget Harmon. I've talked with you a dozen times on the phone." "Bridget, from Claring Meadows Hotels and Resorts? I thought you were in Atlanta." "They sent me here to run this lodge." "Oh, I'm sorry. What did you do to make them mad at you?" Bridget laughed. "It's not like that. This lodge was on its last chance. They sent me here to turn it around." She turned to Lillian. "Andy is a hotel critic. He writes for the Times. I used to arrange visits for him to our various hotels." Turning back, she asked, "Why didn't you tell us you were coming?" "This isn't an official visit. My wife and I saw this video online about snow jumping, and we just had to try it. It was amazing, by the way. Both the video and the snow jumping. If I were going to review your hotel, I would give you a 5-star for this amazing lobby, but a 2-star for that terribly dated guest room." "Yes, but come with me. All the dated rooms will be gone by April." Bridget led him up the stairs into one of the newly remodeled rooms. Scanning the room, he took out his cell phone and snapped some pictures. "I love what you're doing here. Nice, bright, and clean." He went out on the balcony. "I wouldn't recommend you let your guests snow jump from here, though." "We don't recommend snow jumping at all, but we've made sure there are no obstacles down below, just in case they do." "Good to know. And thank you for showing me the new rooms. This trip just became tax deductible." Chapter 23. The alarm went off at 7:30, but Bridget saw no reason to get up that early. She hit the snooze button. Her phone went off a minute later. "Help!" Lillian pleaded. "I'll be right out." Throwing on a skirt and blouse, Bridget headed to the front desk in just her bunny slippers. They had a line of people almost to the door. She whispered to Lillian, "Check-in time isn't until 3. It's traditional for us to let the early birds check into the rooms that weren't used the night before. We have the whole top floor that wasn't used. George's crew finished up at midnight. He called me and woke me up, so I called the housekeepers, and the 3 of us have all those rooms ready to go." "I can help the next in line," Bridget said. Soon all upstairs rooms were rented out. "We won't have your room ready until 3, but I can put your suitcase in storage so you won't have to lug it around during the festival." Bridget had come back from carrying 2 more suitcases into the front of her apartment when she saw Maud, dressed as Mrs. Claus, handing out cookies in the foyer. She walked over to Bridget. "Well, it looks like you're busy indeed. Want a cookie?" "Yes, thank you." "Have you given my proposal more thought?" Maud leaned in for the answer. "Okay, I'll give him a second chance, but not until the festival's over. I'm simply too busy." Yes. I can't wait to tell him, if you'll excuse me." She almost danced out of the lodge. When there was a break in the action, Bridget asked, "Why didn't you wake me last night? I would have helped. I thought I was running this place." "It's something we do every year. I didn't wake you because I'm going to borrow your couch here in a minute to take a long nap. You needed your sleep." The line in front of the desk dissipated. Lillian left for her nap. As the housekeeping staff finished cleaning a room, Bridget helped them roll the suitcases to their rooms so they would be there when the guests came back. Bridget watched the goings-on. A sleigh arrived every half an hour to take people around the town. Each of the 3 sleighs had the sign, "Complimentary transportation for lovely Lucy Lodge customers." People were coming and going. Several of the guests told Bridget what a wonderful idea it was to have the sleighs. One man even told her he hated the festival because it was just a giant craft fair every year, but he was coming again next year for the sleigh ride. After pulling a 12-hour shift, the bedraggled housekeepers went home, leaving Bridget to clean the last room by herself. When she finished, she came back out to find Lillian at the front desk. "My relief is coming soon. When she does, I want to show you the festival." "I would love that. Let me wash my hands first." After Bridget had cleaned up and the night clerk arrived, the 2 of them hopped in one of the sleighs for the trip around town. As they stepped off the sleigh, Bridget marveled how the town had changed to a Christmas village overnight. Lights outlined every single building in the downtown area and all the lampposts. There were even lights suspended between the buildings. Red, green, and white were the most prevalent, but there were a few blues and yellows too. Portable speakers on the street corners piped in Christmas music. The main street had been shut down to traffic, and vendor tents lined the middle of the street, leaving the sidewalks open for shoppers going to both the stores and the tents. Each tent had its own heater to keep the occupants warm. The Christmas train had decorations all over it. They had parked the locomotive at the railroad crossing just off Main Street. 2 men worked on it, ignoring the festivities around them. As they were walking, they met Maud on the street giving out cookies. "Oh, hi, dears." She smiled. "I did talk to Bryce about what you said. He didn't seem warm to the idea, but I have until the end of the festival to work on him, so no worries." She left. "What was that all about?" Lillian asked. "I told her I would give Bryce one more chance, and he didn't seem to like the idea. I hate getting rejected." "Oh dear. Maybe he didn't understand what she was saying. Or maybe he's dead meat." To calm her down, Lillian took Bridget into one of her favorite shops. "This is Carol. She picks wild berries in the hills and bottles them into jam. I usually buy a lot because we only see her once a year. This does look good. I'll take a raspberry, a blueberry, and a blackberry." "Good choice," Carol commented. "As for me, I'll take 3 of each," Lillian replied. "I've been expecting you. I've got your bag already." Carol walked behind her chair and picked up a large bag full of jars. "I'll keep them here until you're ready to go back. Then come and get them." "Thanks, Carol, but we can head back now. The sleigh will be here in a minute. We only have to make it around the corner." "But you don't want to miss the parade. It starts in an hour. That nice young man is going to be the Grand Marshal." "We'll be back." As they left, Bridget hissed, "Nice young man, indeed." When they turned the corner, there facing them was the small float bearing the sign, Grand Marshal. "I can see him sitting there all smug, like thinking he's the king of the parade," Bridget said. "Well, he kinda is. I mean figuratively. I've got an idea. We put red jam on the red seat. He'll never see it until it's too late. We'll make him stick to the float." "Wild and crazy," Lillian said. "Where is Lionel when I need him to record this?" "I've had quite enough of Lionel's recordings." Bridget spread the jam on so smooth he wouldn't be able to see it. Afterwards, she washed off her mitten in the snow. "There, that ought to do it. Let's go back to the lodge and drop off this stuff and get back. I don't want to miss this parade all of a sudden." Chapter 24. "Well, how do I look? All Grand Marshal-y?" Bryce asked. Lionel looked him up and down. "Yes, you look great. All red, white, and green. You look like Mr. Christmas." "Thank you." Bryce brushed his sleeves and straightened his coat. "I do have a question. Why did you blow Maud off like that when she said Bridget would give you a second chance?" "I think my relationship with Bridget isn't any of Maud's concern. I didn't want to encourage her in any way. Ah. Lionel thought for a minute. Well, good luck with the parade. What could go wrong? I sit in a float going 3 miles an hour, and I don't even have to drive it. A woman stormed into the hotel. My feet are tired. I've stomped all over this town, and you know what I see at every corner? I see sleighs bringing people to and from the lodge. Why doesn't the hotel have anything like that? Sleighs? Bryce asked. Yes, horse-drawn white sleighs that say complimentary transportation brought to you by the lovely Lucy Lodge. I'm staying there next year after I write you a bad review. She stomped off down the hall. Oh, that Bridget. She did it just to make me look bad. I don't know, Lionel replied. It sounds like a great idea to me. All right, it's a great idea, but it also makes me look bad. She's always one step ahead of us. Bryce sighed. Well, I'm off to the parade. He marched out the door. Lillian and Bridget stood on the sidewalk watching the parade. When the Grand Marshal's float appeared, they watched as Bryce waved to the crowd, then tried shifting in his seat. Oh no, Lillian said. He's wearing white pants. They burst into giggles. Bryce stood up and looked at his bottom. The raspberry jelly had done a number on his pants. He wiped a small spot off with his hand and smelled it. Scanning up and down at the spectators, he spotted Bridget and glared at her. Uh-oh. Busted. Bridget and Lillian disappeared into the crowd. Do you think he suspects? Lillian asked as they headed back towards the lodge. You see that look? He knows. They entered the lodge to see the lobby full of people. A group of women were in the corner practicing Christmas carols, which added to the spirit of the holidays. Another couple of women knitted while sitting by the fire. Some men discussed sports next to the wall. Donna, the night clerk, had put up most of the Christmas decorations around. She just finished setting up the tree in the far corner. I hope you don't mind. I found these in the closet. That's what I forgot, Lillian said. I'd been so busy during the night. Let me help you with that. Bridget and Lillian helped with the trimming of the tree and the rest of the decorations. There, a properly decorated lobby. I like the way the lights reflect off the tile, Lillian said. It looks so much better than last year. Lillian picked up her phone. Hello, Lionel. Looking over at Bridget, she replied, Jam? What makes him think it was us? Bridget walked over so she could hear the conversation. I can neither confirm nor deny I have any knowledge of any jam. Lillian put the phone back in her pocket. Bryce is out for revenge. Why? What on earth for? Bridget blinked 3 times. When he came back in, he had jam all over his pants and hands, Lionel said. He is warning you to watch your back. Checking her watch, Lillian said, I've got to go, but I had a bunch of fun today. More fun than I probably should have. I've got it from here. Thanks for coming in early and covering the madness. You're welcome. Bridget grabbed a small snack out of her refrigerator and came back out into the lobby to listen to the women practicing their Christmas carols while she sat by the fire enjoying the lights. Even though the season had just started, she couldn't remember enjoying one more. She watched people come in and out each time a sleigh pulled up. They would bring in all the things they bought and then go out to enjoy the activities the town offered. As long as they didn't approach the front desk, she could ignore them. As the next sleigh stopped, Maud stepped off and sat down next to Bridget. My feet are killing me. I've been on them all day. I hope you don't mind. I used one of your free sleigh rides to come here. Do you want a cookie? Yes, that last one was delicious. After taking one, Bridget asked, Why doesn't Bryce have a family? Maud's smile disappeared. She sat quietly for a few minutes before saying, We don't talk about that. She met Bridget's eyes. Bryce has had a hard life. When he moved back to town, I was overjoyed. It was the bravest thing a person ever did in this backwater town of ours. Then you showed up. You turned this lodge around. You thought of sleigh rides to town and back. You're brilliant, very well put together, and one of the most talented people I have ever met. I have a lonely, brave but heartbroken man, and a woman in town who, if asked, could lasso the moon. I may have pushed too hard, but even the blindest person here could see you two need each other. Bridget sat there wondering what had just happened. Maud left a cookie on the arm of Bridget's chair as she stood up to leave. "Thank you," Bridget squeaked out. Maud caught the next sleigh back to town. The mayor and Bridget stood on the podium. The crowd, standing shoulder to shoulder in a group almost bigger than downtown could hold, stretched out before Bridget. A large switch bolted onto the handrail stood ready. It looked to her like one she had seen on an old-time movie where the whole town would be shut off with the throw of a switch. This is a special year. This year, we celebrate the 36th year of the annual Christmas tree lighting. Today, we have a special guest to light our tree. Bridget Harmon, the manager of the lovely Lucy Lodge, a true pillar in our community. "Why is the 36th year so special?" Bridget whispered to the mayor. "Every year's special when you get to be my age," he whispered back. "Okay now, let's count down from 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Bridget threw the switch, but nothing happened. Everyone in the crowd stared at her. She scanned the area to see where the cord went. There at the end of the cord stood Bryce. He had the end of the cord unplugged and in his hand. He whistled as he leaned against the wall. "Looks like we're having a technical difficulty," the mayor told the crowd. "Plug it in," Bridget mouthed to Bryce. He pointed to himself and shrugged. "Plug it in," she mouthed again. He pointed to the cord and shrugged again, hands in the air. "Now," she mouthed. "Oh," he mouthed back, and then plugged the extension cord into the wall. "There we go," the mayor said as the lights came on. Bridget smiled and waved to the crowd. Then, stomping, she headed down the steps and towards Bryce. His eyes widened when he saw her coming. He took off running. The mayor caught up to Bridget. "Boys will be boys." "He won't be a boy anymore when I catch up with him." "Now, it will go better next week. We'll know to watch out for him." She turned. "Next week?" "Yes, we light the tree every Friday until Christmas." "Oh, you still want me to do it?" "Yes. Besides, I'm enjoying this immensely. Love or hate, you two have feelings for each other." Chapter 25. "I'm going to kill that man!" Bridget stormed into the lodge. She stopped short when she saw a large bouquet of flowers. "I was going to ask how the tree lighting went, but I suddenly decided not to. These just came for you. Do you know who they're from?" I tried not to read the note. Lillian smiled. "They're from Bryce." Bridget walked up and smelled them. He unplugged the cord. When I threw the switch, nothing happened. Picking up the note, she read it out loud. "Truce, Bryce." He had to throw away the pants. Lionel told me. "I think you should give him the truce." Smelling the flowers again, Bridget said, "I'm going to let him stew on it a day or two, but then I'll go talk to him." Lillian smiled and nodded. Bryce balanced the books. The hotel had broken even for the last week of November. Not the 15% profit that James had wanted, but definitely a step in the right direction. He stood up and stretched. Walking back out into the lobby, he saw Lionel at the front desk. "I'm going to visit my mother." "Okay, boss. I've got this. I'll call you if there's something I can't handle." "Don't worry, I won't be that long." Bridget walked into the hotel for the first time. She looked around. It didn't have nearly the atmosphere the lodge had. There was no fireplace. Everything shone white and slightly off-white, much like a sterile hospital ward. Walking up to the front desk, she said, "Is Bryce here?" "No, he went to visit his mother." "A real mama's boy, huh?" Lionel shrugged. "Yeah, I guess. He goes about twice a week, but doesn't stay long." "Wait, he doesn't have any family, I thought." Lionel shrugged again. A shorter woman with brown hair and glasses dragged her suitcase up to the front counter. "How may I help you, ma'am?" "Is Bryce here? I've come all this way to see him." "He's visiting his mother, but he'll be back soon. I can call him if you want." "No, I want to surprise him." She held out her hand to Lionel. "I'm Susan, Bryce's girlfriend." Bridget's face flushed red. "Oh dear." "I've got to leave. Tell Bryce the truce is off when you see him, will you, Lionel?" Was all he managed to get out as Bridget walked out the door. When Bryce walked into the lobby, Lionel motioned over to the chair Susan sat in. Looking over, Bryce stopped dead in his tracks. Susan jumped up out of the chair and ran and hugged him. "Hello, honey! Surprise!" "Oh, yeah. Hello, Susan, right?" Turning red, she stomped her foot. "I knew it! You're cheating on me! How dare you! Hannah warned me about men like you. We're through." She stomped out of the hotel, yelling for a taxi before she made it out the door. "Call Albert. He shouldn't have made it too far. Tell him he has a fare," Bryce said. "You sure have a way with women. That's the second one you anchored in less than an hour." Bryce faced Lionel. "The second one?" "Yes. Bridget was here when Susan showed up announcing she was your girlfriend. The truce is off," she said. "Oh no. I spent a fortune on flowers." "It's not the flowers, or how much money you spent on them. It's the human heart. You have no clue how the things you do make Bridget feel. Now go over to the lodge and beg forgiveness." "You think I should?" "Run." Lionel pointed towards the door. When Bryce entered the lodge, Bridget had her arm around Susan, who sat crying. He saw the flowers. Good, she hasn't thrown them away yet. Lillian scowled at him and asked, "How can I help you?" Bridget looked up and glared. "What do you want?" Susan stopped crying long enough to scowl, and then went back to crying. Hostile territory. Flee. Bryce's brain screamed at him, but he sat down across from Susan. "I'm sorry. I don't see how you thought we were dating. I took you out to coffee once before I came here. I didn't know you'd follow me out here. I apologize for any misunderstanding." "You took me out before work, though. That's a true sign that somebody really likes you. That's what Hannah said." "Wait." Bridget shook her head. "You only went out to coffee?" "Yes, but it was in the morning." "Did he say he loved you or anything like that?" "You're not listening to me." Susan wiped her tears. "He took me out in the morning." That doesn't mean anything. Bridget stood up and smoothed her skirt. Smiling at Bryce, she said, "It appears I have misjudged you. The truce is back on. I have things to do, if you will excuse me." She stepped into her office. "But what about me?" Susan said. "The lodge is sold out. Come back to the hotel. We'll get you a nice room until the bus comes tomorrow, and then you can go back home and find someone who has feelings for you." She sniffed. "Okay." He led her out the door and back across the busy town. "Wait, a festival? I want to do some shopping before I leave." "Have fun." Bryce made his way back to the hotel. Bridget peeked out of her office door. "Is the coast clear?" "They're gone." Walking over to the desk, Bridget said, "I've heard of crazy ex-girlfriends before, but that was the first crazy ex-non-girlfriend I've ever met." Poor Bryce. I almost feel sorry for him. We all cast dagger eyes at him when he came in. But he handled it well. Maud said he was a very brave man. I had my first experience of it today. He did an amazing job handling it. I would not have come over here. I would have cut my losses and looked for greener pastures. There's hope for that man after all. "Well, how did it go?" Lionel asked as Bryce came through the door. "Susan was there when I arrived." "Wow, I wonder what she was doing there." "Finding a room, I guess. The bus doesn't come until tomorrow." I apologized. I think I smoothed everything over. At least the truce is back on. "Wow, the truce is back on? That's great, because you never know what evil stunt she was planning on throwing at you." "That's a very imaginative girl. I'm sure it would have been a doozy. Definitely worth the flowers. I'm going to ask her out again, but I don't know what to do. I hear from Dawn she didn't like the diner at all. I've got this great idea for a date. I've been waiting for the right girl to come along, but that doesn't mean you can't use it too." "Do tell." Susan walked in with 2 large shopping bags in her hands. "Do you know this town has a free sleigh ride to and from the fair? But it doesn't stop at the hotel. I had to walk here because there's only one cab here in town." "Why doesn't the sleigh stop here?" "The lodge has leased all the sleighs in this town," Bryce responded. "Tell me, what's going on with James?" She sat down her bags. "He tried to find someone to replace you, but no one would take the job. Not during the winter anyway. That's when he decided to sell. It looks like he has a buyer too. They are trying to close before Christmas. That's why I came to see you now. It could have been my last chance." "Well, we all know how that worked out." "Again, I'm sorry." "I can help you get those bags to your room." "Thanks." When Bryce came back, he said, "Looks like we'll be out of a job right before Christmas." "You'll be out of a job before Christmas. I have a good chance of staying," Lionel said. "Okay, it looks like I'll be out of a job. Anyway, if I'm going to make my move, it has to be now. What's that date idea of yours?" Chapter 26. 2 men in medieval clothes stood in front of the desk. "Lionel, what are you doing here?" Lillian asked. Lionel put the bugle up to his lips and blew a sour note. Bridget came out of her office. "What was that?" George unrolled the scroll in his hand. "Madam, my master Bryce has asked for you to accompany him to dinner. He will come to fetch you in his chariot around 6 this evening." She folded her arms. Dinner? And he's actually going to pick me up this time? I want to see how this turns out. I'm going to say yes. Both men bowed and walked out the door. "I'm a little confused," Bridget replied. "We have a World War I era bugle with 2 men in medieval clothing announcing a chariot ride from the Roman Empire. Just go with it. It's an attempt at romance. Besides, I recognize Lionel's outfit. It's from the Renaissance fair we hold in the spring. Lillian replied. A Renaissance fair? And people get dressed up in costumes? Yes, Lillian replied. Did they have witches during the Renaissance? Yes, I believe they did. Great. I have the perfect outfit for it. Maybe you can get a longer skirt to go with it. What? And ruin the effect. Besides, you said it was in the spring. That means no snow to slip on. Bridget didn't know exactly where they were going. If they were going to the diner, she didn't want to wear her blue dress. But if they were going somewhere nice in Berlin, then she didn't want to show up in jeans. She decided to chance it and wear the white dress. If they showed up at the diner, she would be overdressed, but it was something she could hold over Bryce's head in the future. It was an uneasy truce at this point anyway. When she saw Bryce coming into the lobby, she knew she had made the right decision. He had on a form-fitting tux and brought her a corsage of pink roses. He had a hard time pinning it to her dress because the halter-top strap was so thin. But he finally managed it, although his face shone red by that point. After, he helped her with her parka. This way, madam. As they went outside, she burst out into laughter. There in front of her sat the Grand Marshal's float that he had ridden in during the parade, although the signs had been taken off of it. When she caught her breath, she said, I hope you wiped off the seat. No worries. All of the strawberry jam has been cleaned off. Raspberry jam. Oh, is that what it was? I never actually tasted it. He helped her in and then climbed up beside her. Who's driving? George. It isn't far, but I brought you a blanket so you wouldn't get cold. He spread it over her lap. She put the other half over his. The float's engine turned on and the thing began to move. To Bridget's surprise, they stopped only a couple of blocks later. Isn't this the mayor's house? It used to be. It's been converted into a restaurant. It's much better than the diner, plus there's no country music playing. Welcome to the best place to eat in town. He opened the door for her. Just inside, the mayor greeted them. He had a napkin across his arm and was wearing his best suit. Welcome to Maud's fine dining. Do you have reservations? Bridget didn't know where the furniture had been moved to. The back bedroom, she supposed. The living room only had a small table in the middle of it with 2 chairs around it. A bottle of red wine along with a candle adorned the white tablecloth. Fine china and silverware on linen napkins completed the look. Yes, we do, under the name of Bryce Jacobson. The mayor pretended to look in a book that Bridget could see was his day planner. Ah, yes, there you are. I have your table ready over here. Let me take your coats. He pulled out Bridget's chair for her and put the napkin on her lap. Bryce managed to settle himself. Here are your menus. The mayor handed them a single piece of white paper with the words T-bone steak printed on it. He came back a minute later with an order book, again his day planner, and a pen. For you, madame. I think I'll have the T-bone steak. Can I get that rare? 1 T-bone, medium, for you. And you, sir. That sounds good. I think I'll have the same. Very good choice. The mayor pulled a corkscrew out of his pocket and opened the wine. He poured a glass for Bridget, then filled Bryce's glass with water. He excused himself. Bridget chuckled. This is amazing. How on earth did you talk them into it? Are you kidding? When I called up, they were overjoyed to do all this for you. They really like you for some reason. They weren't even put off when I complained about the raspberry jam on the seat. I came over to help them set up, but everything was already done. This is really sweet. What a great idea. I was imagining being back at the diner, or driving for hours to get to Berlin. I had help. The main idea came from Lionel. but it morphed when I decided to include the mayor and Maud in the deal. It doesn't matter, it's perfect. The mayor came back bearing 2 plates. He set them down in front of the couple. I believe you had the T-bone steak, medium, ma'am. And for you, sir, the T-bone steak, medium. Bridget smiled. It looks lovely. Bon appetit. The mayor walked out of the room. Bridget peeked into the kitchen. She could see Maud spying on them. She didn't want to spoil Maud's fun, so she pretended not to notice, taking a forkful of the mashed potatoes and brown gravy instead. Oh, it's delicious! The steak is perfectly cooked. Bryce cut off another piece. Bridget tasted it too. And escaped her lips. The conversation lagged while they ate. She stole a glance at Bryce every once in a while. She was seeing him in a new light. What's your secret, Mr. Jacobson? She decided to find out. There was more to this man than met the eye. When they had eaten, the mayor came out and cleared the tables. I have a dessert menu for you. Again, a piece of paper with a single line on it. Blueberry crumble with vanilla ice cream. Let me think, Bridget said. I think I'll go with the crumble. A wise choice. And for you, sir. I'll have the same thing the lady is having. Coming right up. He brought out their crumble and sat it on the table. Bridget smiled. I had a wonderful evening, Bryce. Thanks for arranging all of this. Oh, the evening isn't over yet. I thought we'd take the chariot down to Berlin. They have an amazing amount of historical buildings I can show you. He paused for a second. I'm only kidding. I've learned my lesson. Phew, you had me going for a second. When they finished, Bridget stood up and went into the kitchen and hugged the mayor and Maud. You two are great. It was so much fun. I hope you enjoyed it, Maud replied. You two make a wonderful couple. It's too soon to know if we're a couple or not, but I had a good time. When she came back into the living room, Bryce hung up the phone. Our chariot is here. Shall we, madame? He helped her with her coat. Yes, thank you. George had brought the couple an extra blanket because the temperature had dipped as the evening wore on. Bridget pulled her coat tighter. When they arrived back at the lodge, they stepped inside. Bryce smiled and leaned in. Oh, I never give a goodnight kiss on the first date, Bridget said. It's our second date, he reminded her. I don't count that other one as a full date. Okay, it's a date and a half then. More like a quarter, she replied. Ah, but it's still not our first date. Okay. She leaned in and gave him a long kiss. He smiled and left. I'm glad that's over. I've never seen such a long discussion about a goodnight kiss. Bridget turned to see Lillian sitting in the lobby by the fire. What are you still doing here? Waiting up for you. But now I'm thinking I'm going to spend the night on the couch. There's a cold front coming in, and I don't want to go out in that weather. I don't need you to wait up for me. I have a perfectly good mother, and I'm a grown woman. Is your perfectly good mother here? Well, no. There you go, then. Lillian stood up and turned off the fire. I'm going to the couch. Good night. Bridget followed her in, shaking her head all the way. Chapter 27. In the morning, Bridget helped with the checkout, then made her way to the library in town. To her surprise, she and the librarian were the only ones in the place. Good morning, the lady said. Oh, you're that new girl in town. The librarian stood up and shook Bridget's hand. I must warn you, we are only a branch of the library system. If you find a book in the computer catalog you want, most likely I'll have to order it. Most of the time, it takes about 3 days to get here. Oh, I'm not interested in a book. I want to know if you have an archive of the local newspaper. Oh, yes. It goes back nearly 80 years. She walked over to a microfiche machine, then stopped dead in her tracks. I know what you're trying to look up. It isn't there. The librarian folded her arms. I'm sorry. What? Bridget put her hands on her hips. What makes you think you know what I'm looking up, and how do you know it's not there before I look it up? You're dating Bryce. You're trying to look up that day. The town council had those files removed from the archives. You can't erase history, but they did. It's something no one wants to hear about ever again. Bridget stared at the librarian for a minute or two, trying to grasp what she had said. Thank you for your time, Bridget replied as she left. When she arrived back at the lodge, Lillian sat behind her computer. Putting her hands on her hips, Bridget said, I want to know what happened to Bryce that night. Lillian looked up. I don't know. I was young then, and I do know something terrible happened, but no one talks about it, so I never found out what. Bridget sat down. I'm beginning to have feelings for that man, but I want to know his past. I want to know why he has no family. You could just ask him. I've thought a lot about that. Do you think he'd tell me? Are we close enough for that? Is it too intimate to probe into the pain of his past? You are definitely overthinking this. The sleigh will be here in 5 minutes. Take it to the highway and then walk over to the hotel and ask him. I will. I think it's time for the next step. Bridget stood up and headed towards the door. After a 3-block walk from the highway to the hotel, Bridget was freezing. She stood in the lobby before she walked up to the front desk to talk to Lionel. Is Bryce here? He's gone to visit his mother. Her eyes widened. I know what that means, and I know where he's at. She bolted out the front door. When she arrived at the graveyard, she saw Bryce standing over a headstone. Tears slowly dripped from his eyes. When she put her arm around him, he jumped, then quickly wiped the tears away. I didn't see you walking up. You startled me. I'm sorry. She read the stone. Mary Ann Jacobson. She was only 40 years old when she died. She was a beautiful woman, but tough as nails. In a town where everyone knows what everyone does, you wouldn't think they could keep a secret, but they've kept this one. What happened? Bryce took a deep breath. My father worked hard all his life, but when he drank, he became a monster. He'd come home after a binge at the bar and beat her. It happened almost weekly. She talked him into going to AA meetings, and it helped for a while. But one day, he dropped off the wagon and came home. This time he wasn't satisfied with just beating her. He beat me and my younger brother, too. That's when she took action, put out a restraining order on him. When she filed for divorce, it sent him into a drunken rage. Bryce stopped. Tears were flowing down his cheeks by this point, and he didn't even try to wipe them away. I'm sorry I asked. I shouldn't have. You don't have to say another word. Bryce took another deep breath. He came home with a gun. I jumped between Mom and him. He hit me hard and sent me flying to the other side of the room. Before I could stand back up, he shot her. He put his arm around Bridget. She felt him shaking, trying to get the story out. He had a look of utter horror as he looked down at her. He was a monster, and he knew it. Seeing what he had become, what he had done, he turned the gun on himself. Holding Bryce's trembling body close, she stroked his back. How horrible. There was blood everywhere. Sheriff Joe arrived quickly to the reports of gunfire. My brother Mike fled out the door, and I haven't seen him since. I left town with the thought of never coming back. The townspeople got together and paid for my college. I thought I'd never come back here, but then I realized if Mike were to ever return, I need to be here for him. Taking several deep breaths, he said, I have to get to work. They walked hand in hand towards his car. I always wondered why he didn't drink. Now I think I understand. My father was a monster when he drank. I'm the son of a monster. Does that make me a monster too? I'll never know. He dropped her off at the lodge. The evening check-ins had arrived by that point, so she wasn't able to talk to Lillian. When they were done, she sat down in the lobby and put her feet up. Her emotions were drained, so she sat and watched the fire. Lillian came over and sat beside her. So you found out? Yes. My older brother knew. I asked him about it one day. He said I didn't want to know because it was something I couldn't ever unknow. I think I'm going with his advice. Probably best. They gazed up as Maud, dressed as Mrs. Claus, came in with a plate of cookies. She sat down next to them. I do love these sleighs going to and from the lodge. What an ingenious idea. Here, have a cookie. Bridget grabbed one of each. How's the festival going? Good. There are more people this year, and buses are arriving all the time. She faced Bridget. It was a good thing you did, listening to Bryce. He hasn't been able to talk to anyone about it all these years. He called me up and told me how much better he feels after having talked to you. Bridget stared back at the fire. I wish I could say I feel better, but I have a sad feeling nestled in the middle of my chest. Nobody should have had to go through that. It's shaped how he sees the world. The world is taking another turn for him. The investment company has sold the hotel. He's trying to stay in town. George will be building a house for him in the spring, but now with the hotel being sold, he doesn't know where he'll end up. Is there a job he could do around here? Maintenance manager, Lillian piped up. We don't have a maintenance manager now that Charles is retired. It would be part-time at first, at least until they decided whether or not they are building onto this building, Bridget added. But it would be a job at least. Is he good at that sort of thing? I hope. I'm sure of it. I'll tell him the happy news. Maud stood up. No worries. I'll call him, Bridget replied. Sounds good. Maud caught the next sleigh ride to town. Chapter 28. I was told by Susan that they've sold the hotel. They're supposed to be closing before Christmas, but I don't know when, other than that, Bryce said. He leaned back in his chair, phone up to his ear. Bridget replied, Like I said, if you need a job, I can make you the maintenance manager. It would only be part-time at first. Thanks. I might need to take you up on it. Thanks for calling. Sure. How about popcorn and a movie in my apartment tonight? I'm sure you'll love to get out of the hotel room for a few hours. I would love that. Bye for now. Bryce walked into the hotel. A man in a dark suit with short black hair stood talking to Lionel. So, there you are, the man said as he spotted Bryce. The previous owner told us that you weren't here that often. Who are you? Bryce asked. I'm Albert Henders. I'm a lawyer who represents the new owners. Well, soon-to-be new owners. I can't disclose who they are until the ink on the paperwork has dried. I'm not going to be accused of insider trading. Here are my credentials and a letter from your old boss, James, stating that you are to provide me with a room and free access to your books for the next 3 days. We'll see about this. He dialed up James, but it went straight to voicemail. Bryce pocketed his phone. All he could do was shrug. "Get him a room," he told Lionel. A few minutes later, Lionel handed him a card. "Here's your key, Mr. Henders." "Thank you. I'll just take my bags to my room, then I'll be back." When he left, Lionel said, "He's a real piece of work. Oh, the people in 101 are having trouble with their television. I think it's too complicated for them. I was on my way to help them when Albert came in. I'll get right on it." When Bryce arrived back at the lobby, he tried to go into his office, but Albert sat using the office computer. Going to the front desk, he leaned against the back wall. "I can't get any work done with him around, I see." "Albert said I have nothing to worry about. This hotel chain normally keeps the rank and file who are already employed. The managers are seldom kept. They usually hire their own people, but they have kept some managers in the past, so it's a possibility at least." "I'm finally back in town, and dating a great woman, and this happens. I've been offered the maintenance position at the lodge, but I don't know that much about maintenance. I'm going to have to tell her no. I would start working on my resume, but Albert's at my desk." "It's only for a few days." "Ah, there you are." Albert came out of the office. "I see you've been staying at the hotel. Did the previous owners know about that? Did they approve it? If so, did they deduct the expense out of your pay?" "I told them, but they said nothing about it other than that." Albert scratched his head. "Going forward, it's going to have to be addressed. It's going to show up as employed compensation on your W-4 form, and your pay will be deducted accordingly." Albert went back into Bryce's office. "Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse," Bryce grumbled. Bridget cringed as she dialed the number. She had to make the call, she knew that. But she had never wanted to talk to Calvin ever again. "Well, well, look who's calling." His sarcastic voice came over the line. "Does this mean you're coming back to me? You left Atlanta in a hurry. Not that I would accept you back, mind you. I have a new girl." "I broke up with you years before I left Atlanta." She shivered to herself. Ex-boyfriends could be so difficult sometimes. She thought about hanging up, but pushed on. "I need you to find somebody." "If it's for you, I suggest me." "It's not for me. A friend of mine has lost his brother. Their father came home and murdered their mother, then killed himself. My friend's 16-year-old brother ran out of the house, never to be seen again." "Oh." Bridget waited for a sarcastic reply from Special Agent Calvin Horton, but it didn't come. "Give me a name, birthplace, and approximate age, and I'll see what I can do." "Thanks, Calvin. You can be human at times." "I'll take that as a compliment." She smiled as she hung up from the call. If anyone on the planet could find Mike, it would be Calvin. Maud came and sat down in front of the fire. She put her feet up and her plate of cookies down. Bridget came and joined her. Stretching, Maud said, "My feet hurt. I've been all over this town and back again. If not for the sleighs, I would be holed up in my house with the feet soaking in a bucket of Epsom salt water. Thank goodness tomorrow's the last day of the festival and I have the rest of the year to recover. You do a lot to spread the cheer around here. Speaking of which, can I have a cookie?" "Sure, help yourself. Christmas is only a couple of days away. Do you have any plans for it?" "Bryce, the twins, and I are going caroling Christmas Eve. I get a chance to hear his singing voice. If it's terrible, well, that might be a deal breaker. Then the twins have invited me over for Christmas morning." "You, the twins, and Bryce, of course, are invited over to my house for Christmas dinner. I bake a killer turkey." "Yes, you do, and that sounds wonderful." "He's a good man, that one." Bridget nodded. I know, now that we've fixed him. Maud burst out laughing. Albert stepped out of the office. The good news is your books are in perfect order. Bryce smiled. Thank you. The bad news is you're not making any money. I see the writing on the wall. Bryce shook Albert's hand. Do I start packing now? We've contacted James, your old boss. Per his contract, the employees stay in place until the changeover. But no worries. As of tomorrow, we'll be signing your checks. Then we'll see where we go from there. There is no reason to buy a bus ticket yet. However, the new owner does like his people in manager positions. That doesn't mean there isn't a place for you in his organization. You have a good shot at it. He likes people who can keep the books up to date. It will probably require relocation, however. Well, my work is done here. Bryce went over to the lodge. Maud and Bridget were still sitting by the fire and talking. He came over, put his arm around Bridget, and pulled her close. How do you feel about long-distance relationships? They suck and hardly ever work out. There's only a slim chance I'm staying in town. The diner might be looking for a new manager soon. Bert's getting old. You can have them stop playing that awful country music on Friday and Saturday nights, so normal folks can eat out on a weekend, Maud said. I like country music, Bryce replied. Bridget wrinkled her nose. That's not a point in your favor. Walking across the room, Lillian put her hands on Bridget's shoulders, then winking at Bryce. Looks like we'll have to convert her. Is the date still on for tonight? Bryce asked. Yes, I've rented Casablanca for us. Casa who? Casablanca. You'll love it, Bridget replied. Lillian rolled her eyes. Or not. I liked it, Maud said. I saw it on the Late, Late, Late show. My baby was having trouble sleeping, so I was up with him in the middle of the night. Oh, by the way, her baby is now 40 years old, Lillian replied. How old is this movie if it was on the Late Show 40 years ago? Don't worry about it, Bridget said. Lillian giggled. Just don't expect it to be in color. Bryce walked down the street after one of the best evenings of his life. Bridget and he watched the sappy old movie, eating popcorn while snuggling on the couch under a blanket. To his surprise, he actually liked the movie. Then, just for fun, they went out into the lobby and roasted marshmallows over the fire. People walking through the lobby on their way back from the festival joined them. Someone burst out in a Christmas carol and everyone joined in. That brought out more guests to see what was happening, and most of them participated also. The laughter and the singing echoed through the lodge. After a long goodbye kiss, Bryce bundled up and headed home through the freshly falling snow. He stopped when he arrived at the hotel. A truck with a boom on it sat in the parking lot. 2 men worked on unbolting the Baden Hotel sign. You're working late, Bryce said. One of the men looked down on him. No signs coming in the morning. We don't want to be working too late on Christmas Eve. Got it. Bryce walked into the hotel. It felt lonely and empty compared to the lodge. All the beautiful stonework reflected the streetlights from outside. It does feel like a mausoleum. That would be someone else's problem soon. He headed up to his room. He half expected to see a bill for his hotel stay slid under the door. I'm going from one of the best days of my life to complete uncertainty. Turning on the television, he watched old movies until he fell asleep. Chapter 29. Bridget heard the rumble of a big truck as it stopped in front of the lodge. She looked up to see a tall man walking through the door. Fillmore? What are you doing here? Hello! His big, boisterous voice boomed through the lobby. I love what you've done with the place. Uncle Fillmore! Lillian ran out from behind the desk and hugged him. Bridget folded her arms. Uncle Fillmore? Fillmore waved his hand back and forth. Oh, don't worry about it. When her parents died in that car crash a couple years back, I bought a house for her and her brother to live in. She's been calling me Uncle Fillmore ever since. She hasn't been spying on you. I expressly forbid it. I got all my info from Sheriff Joe. Oh, okay. Bridget gave him a sideways glance. You still haven't answered my question. What are you doing here? Miss Claire wouldn't sell. I've been offered her 3 times what her little house was worth. She said she liked her house just fine. I told her she could buy another one 4 times that size, but she wouldn't budge. Then I heard there was a hotel in town for sale that was already built. So I bought it. I'm with the guys who are going to install the new sign. You want to come along? I'd love to. 2 more men and a woman entered the lobby a minute later. Bridget recognized Calvin right away. The other man had a Christmas bow on his head and a frown on his face. Merry Christmas, Calvin said. I found him. I did a search and this kid matched the age and name. This Mike Jacobson is the manager of a burger joint. Now I had to ask myself, did Bridget want a Mike Jacobson or the Mike Jacobson? I knew how important it was, so I flew up to Connecticut to talk to this Mike Jacobson. I asked if he was from New Hampshire, and he said he was. Calvin glared at Mike. Put that bow back in your hair. I ain't done yet. You're going to ruin my moment. Mike put the Christmas bow back with a sigh. Anyway, where was I? Calvin continued. Oh yeah, well, I asked the circumstances of his leaving New Hampshire, only he wouldn't tell me, so I figured I got the right guy. So I go to the owner, Fred, and I say, I'm taking your boy here in for questioning. Then I give him a wink. Fred laughs, so I leave with Mike. Mike thinks he's wanted back here, I guess, 'cause he's really quiet the whole way here. Darcy, my wife, said it would be really wonderful if I could deliver this Mike before Christmas. She even comes with me. Merry Christmas, Bridget. You drove him all the way from Atlanta? Nah, I flew into Connecticut. I only drove from there. Wow, you did go above and beyond. What do I owe you? Bridget asked. I have my new wife with me. Darcy, this is Bridget. Bridget, Darcy. It took longer than expected to get here. Do you have a room for us so we can spend Christmas here? I have a better plan. My private jet is at the Berlin airport. I'll fly you back. You'll be at home Christmas morning. Fillmore replied. Wait, how do I get back home? Mike asked. You can take my rental car back to Connecticut, Calvin said. Do you have a brother named Bryce? Bridget asked Mike. Mike's eyes lit up. Is he here? I thought he was dead. When Dad shot Mom, I took off running. I heard another shot. I thought he'd shot Bryce and would be looking to kill me next. Your father shot himself. Bryce is here in town and he wants to see you. Oh, take that silly-looking bow off your head. She hugged Calvin. Thank you so much for getting these brothers back together for me. Does that mean all is forgiven? She nodded her head. Yes, but in the future, don't be a heel. He laughed. I'm a lot nicer to my wife, thanks to you. I didn't want to lose another good thing. Anyway, Merry Christmas. Follow us over to the hotel, Fillmore said to Calvin. The rest of us, what are we waiting for? Let's all get into the truck, Fillmore said. It has a crew cab. There's room for all of us. Is there room for one more? I want to come too, Uncle, Lillian said. Well, come on then. Bryce watched out the window as the boom truck backed up to the post where the sign would sit. He couldn't read it at first because the sign still had a protective crate around it. As they pulled up, he scratched his head. Lovely Lucy Lodge 2. I thought that was a terrible name for a hotel. Why would they use it twice? I like the name. It has a ring to it, Lionel replied. You have to like the name. You're still going to be working here. As for me, I have to beg for a job. Who knows where I'll end up? Maybe the wilds of Africa. As a man stepped out of the truck, Lionel said, Excuse me. He ran out the front door. Uncle Fillmore! They hugged. The two of them walked back into the hotel together. Bryce, this is Fillmore Claring, a family friend. We call him Uncle, although he really isn't. Hello, it's good to meet you. Bryce shook his hand. Wait, Claring? As in Claring Meadows Hotels? Yes, Fillmore replied. You're the new owner. I'm afraid so. Bryce hadn't been watching as Bridget, Mike, and Lillian entered the foyer. Mike! He ran over and hugged his brother. Mike, is that really you? Yes, it's so good to see you. What brought you here? The FBI? What? Ask her. He pointed to Bridget. She shrugged. Ex-boyfriend. She pointed at Calvin and his wife as they entered. It doesn't matter. You're here. What happened? I thought Dad shot you. When I finished running, I ended up in Connecticut. I went to New York for a while, but I came back here in case you showed up. Fillmore cleared his throat. The sign is done. Bryce turned. What about me? Now that you've bought the hotel, where do I go? That will be up to your new manager, Fillmore replied. What new manager? Bryce asked. I'm leaving Bridget in charge of both lodges. She'll make all the staffing decisions. Oh. Bridget took a step back, hand to chest. Well, in that case, I guess you can stay. Until you've proven yourself, I mean. Really. Bye, Fillmore said, and then rushed to get to the truck as they readied to leave. Wait, Uncle Fillmore, Lionel and Lillian said in unison. We want you to go caroling with us. Hold on, Bryce said. You're his sister? No wonder you guys knew everything that happened here. Yes, they're twins. You finally figured that out? There's hope for you yet. Are you going to invite Mike to go caroling with us? I would love to, Mike said. Calvin smiled. Can we tag along? Absolutely, Lillian replied. Bridget whispered to Lillian. But, she whispered back, he brought Mike. Okay. Chapter 30. The 8 carolers started at one end of the town and worked their way to the other, crisscrossing the streets as they went. Bridget stomped her feet to get the blood unfrozen a few times so she could hang in there until they were done. When they were sure they had gotten everyone, they headed back to the lodge. Charles had brought his famous special eggnog. Maud had brought over a couple of dozen cookies and 3 rum cakes she called fruit cakes. Many of the guests joined the group around the fire. Fillmore took off for a half hour and brought back deli ham and some salad ingredients. Do you mind if I borrow your apartment to cook a Christmas Eve dinner for everyone? Sure, go ahead. Just don't mind the green shag carpeting, Bridget replied. Rolling his eyes, he headed in to cook. Everyone chatted for a half an hour, and then Fillmore came out with plates of ham and bowls of salad, and enough paper plates for everyone and then some. Everyone spent the evening talking and eating. Well, I have to go, Fillmore said. It's been a great Christmas Eve, one I'll always remember. Are you coming, Calvin? Yes, I'm on my way. He handed Mike the car keys. No scratches, okay? I'm a safe driver. Good to hear. Calvin waved. Bye, y'all. I had a wonderful time. See you in the morning, Bridget, Lillian said as she and Lionel left. I should go too. Bryce stood up. Mike and I have a lot of catching up to do. Bryce kissed Bridget on the way out. Bridget went into her apartment to see what type of mess Fillmore had left her. To her delight, the place was spotless. Fillmore even left a note on the counter. I see what you mean about the green shag carpeting. Pick something out and I'll have it replaced. Smiling, she picked up Mr. Brooks and a book and took them out to the fire. It's just you and me tonight. The cat purred softly as she read. In the morning, Bridget ate a quick breakfast and then headed over to the twins' house bearing gifts. Lillian smiled as she opened the door, still in her pajamas. It's a tradition not to get dressed until all the presents are open. I should have told you. It's okay. I wouldn't have walked across town in my pajamas. Don't get dressed on my account. Come in, come in. It's cold out there. The house felt small, but perfect for the two of them. The Christmas tree lit up the corner, and on the coffee table sat a plate of freshly baked cinnamon rolls. Under the tree were a dozen presents of all shapes and sizes. Lionel and I buy each other a present every year. Then the townspeople bring us by stuff. The gifts are mostly from Sheriff Joe and Maud. They worry about us being alone in the world. I brought you some too. Bridget handed her the presents. A yawning Lionel walked out of his bedroom. Good morning. Putting her hands on her hips, Lillian said, I don't want to see another yawn. You were supposed to help me with the cinnamon rolls. I've been up since 6 working on them. They smell great, he said as he reached for one. Lillian slapped his hand away. Guests go first. She held the plate up so Bridget could take one. These are wonderful, Bridget replied. After letting Lillian take one, Lionel sheepishly grabbed one off the plate. Let's open presents, he said. They sat around the tree talking and opening. When they came to the presents Bridget brought over, the twins opened them at the same time. Wow, an embroidered Lovely Lucy Lodge shirt and hat, Lillian said. So you knew in advance that this was happening? Lionel asked. I mean, how else would you have known to have these made? No, I bought them for Lillian and me. Then, when I found out that the hotel had become a second lodge, I thought you might want one too. Luckily, we're about the same size. He put the shirt on after taking off his pajama top. It fits perfectly. I'll try mine on later, Lillian said while putting it back in the package. Now, I have a present for you. She brought out a beautiful gown. We don't have much money, but here is the dress my mother bought for the annual Baden New Year's Eve bash. She never got the chance to wear it. This should go to you, Bridget protested. It's not my color. Besides, you have done so much for me over these few short months. I've been waiting for that special person to honor. I want to honor you. Bridget wiped away a tear. It's beautiful. I've never owned a dress this nice. She hugged Lillian. Lionel stood up with his arms out for a hug too, but he was scowled at instead. Sheepishly, he sat back down. Well, we need to get dressed and head over to the church for services. Are you coming with us, Bridget? Lillian asked. Yes, I was planning on. The twins each went into their own rooms and came back out fully dressed a few minutes later. "Shall we?" Lionel opened the door. They entered the church to the sound of the choir singing Christmas carols. Candles by every row of pews lit up the aisle. They sat down near the middle. A few minutes later, Bryce stood over them. "Can I have this seat?" Lillian scooted over so he could sit by Bridget. Mike joined them. Bryce held Bridget's hand as the sermon began. Snuggling up to him, she whispered, "This is nice." Afterwards, they stood out in front of the church. "I hope you had a great Christmas away from home," Lillian said. "It was wonderful. Thank you." "I have a lodge to run, so I have to go. I'll be there to take over when you go to dinner at the mayor's house." "You don't have to. I can get someone else to take over," Bridget replied. "Lionel has to work during that time anyway, so I might as well." "Thanks. It'll be a quiet day, I hope." "Shouldn't be much going on. Bye for now." As she arrived back at the lodge, a couple stood at the front desk. Bridget ran up. "Sorry, have you waited long?" "That other lady went to get my bag that I left in the room. I just had to say, I love the changes you've made to the lodge. It was so dated before. Keep up the good work." Bridget smiled. "Thank you so much. I will definitely write a good review." The night manager came up and handed the woman her bag. "Here you go." As they left, Bridget said, "I will take over. You can go home." "Thanks." Lounging around the apartment with the door open in case someone came in, Bridget relaxed in her easy chair listening to soft music. Every once in a while, she would look out at the lobby. Most of the guests had gone home for Christmas. She had very few stayovers. The day after Christmas would be a different story. The stay and play options she had put on the website had attracted a lot of cross-country skiers and snowshoers. In one tour, she had even arranged for the snowcat to pick people up at the lodge and take them 2/3 of the way at Mount Washington and let them snowshoe down. She made a mental note to call the web designers to add the hotel to the stay and play program. A tap on her door shook her out of her thoughts. "Bryce, it's good to see you." She stood up and hugged him. "Hi, boss." "Oh, no, you don't call me that. My name is Bridget." "Sorry, Bridget. I came over to spend some time with you." "Buttering up the boss, huh?" "Wait, you said I couldn't call you that." She let go a laugh. "You made poor Lionel come over early? We don't need to be over at the mayor's house for another half an hour." "I didn't make him do anything. He needs the hours after all he spent on Christmas. Besides, he couldn't wait to show me his new hat and shirt. I want one, by the way." "Me too. I'll order a couple more. Where's Mike?" "He has to work early in the morning, so he's headed back to Connecticut. He promised to stay in touch. There isn't much need of a burger joint manager around here. We don't have one of those." "No, we don't. But I do need a maintenance man still." She went out and lit the fire. The cat strolled out and jumped up on her lap and then glared at Bryce. "Isn't this nicer?" "I'm going to put one of these fireplaces in your building. Oh, and I'll buy some Christmas decorations for your lobby. I thought it was terrible you didn't have any this year." "That will be great. I'll let Mike know. I think he's good at that sort of thing. He was as a kid, always fixing stuff." He glared back at Mr. Brooks. "I don't think your cat likes me." "He's partial to women." "I've got competition." Bridget reached over and pulled him close, then kissed him. "No, you don't." Lillian walked into the lobby. "Well, hello there. Lionel went in early, so I thought I would too. I didn't mean to interrupt you two." "No problem," Bridget replied. "We can continue later." Bryce turned red. "It was just a peck to prove the cat wasn't going to attack me if I kissed her." "Mr. Brooks never attacks when you're expecting it," Lillian said. Bryce turned to Bridget, but she only laughed. She's kidding. She waited until he relaxed. Mr. Brooks only attacks when he feels like it. Taking pity on poor Bryce, she added, he never feels like it. I don't know anything about cats. I've never been around them before, Bryce replied. You two should head out. Maud will be expecting you soon. Chapter 31. Leaving the lodge, they held hands all the way down the street. As they approached the house, they could smell fresh cookies baking from half a block away. The Christmas lights brightened the house. The mayor answered the door. The table setting had a green tablecloth and red napkins again. Silver candlesticks held white, burning candles. Maud placed the turkey on the table. Perfect timing! Come sit down. The mayor sliced the turkey and placed that, the mashed potatoes, stuffing, gravy, and cranberry sauce on the plates. I'm told I make great cranberry sauce, too, but I don't know. I never eat the stuff, Maud confessed. It is really good, Bridget admitted. Everything's good, Bryce added. After grace, which was the same as the other 2 times, Maud said, Eat up. After dinner we have a surprise for you two. With apple pie for dessert, Bridget stood up to help clean the kitchen, but Maud waved her off. Now that everything has settled down in this town of ours, I have all day tomorrow to do that. Come into the living room. When they did, Maud pulled a box off the shelf and showed it to them. I don't know if you remember, Bryce, but your father was unemployed for a time before that day. He still had a taste for the alcohol, though. He began selling off everything in your house. So your mother gave me her wedding ring for safekeeping. It's beautiful, Bridget said. I don't remember seeing this before. She kept it in her jewelry box, but your father broke the jewelry box open one night and took everything out of it. She cried mightily and slumped down on the floor. There, glittering up at her, was this ring. It had fallen out when he broke the box. She quickly stuffed it in her pocket and brought it over to me. Wow, I'm glad you kept it safe all these years, Bryce replied. The reason I'm giving it back tonight is, well, I thought it would look really pretty on Bridget's hand. Bridget gasped. Wait, you're proposing for Bryce? Well, what do you say, Bryce? Maud asked. I was thinking about asking her, but I didn't know. I thought maybe it was too soon. Maud held the ring out to him. Here, take it. You want to do this right. Get down on one knee. Bridget's mouth gaped open as Bryce took a knee in front of her. Bridget Harmon, will you marry me? Maud folded her arms and tapped her foot as she stared down at Bridget. Looking up at Maud, then over at Bryce, she took a deep breath. Yes. Maud clapped her hands in joy. Turning to the mayor, she said, Get the champagne. Oh, and a soda for Bryce. On the way. Going home that night, Bryce held her close. I don't want you to feel pressured. If you want to back out or give it some time, I'll understand. She laughed. I did feel a lot of pressure. But if I didn't want to marry you, I would have said no. Besides, I love you. They walked hand in hand into the lodge. Lillian had Mr. Brooks on her lap by the fire. Guess what? Bridget said. We're engaged. Lillian stood up and hugged them both. Congratulations! Did he pop the question in front of Maud and the mayor? No, Maud made him pop the question. But it's okay. It would have happened anyway, Bridget replied. What a way to celebrate Christmas Day. I do have a surprise for you, Lillian said. The mayor came by earlier and arranged it all. Follow me. The group walked down 2 blocks to where the railroad tracks crossed the road. Bridget heard something chug in the distance, and the tracks began to vibrate. Soon, a train locomotive, all adorned in Christmas lights, billowing smoke and steam, appeared around the corner. It slowly made its way towards them, then stopped right in front. The mayor hopped off the back and set up a ladder. All aboard! Wow. This is amazing, Bridget said. Bryce stood there wide-eyed. All aboard means hop on, the mayor said. They climbed on, followed by the mayor. He stuck the ladder against the tender. They shared the cramped quarters of the locomotive's cab with an engineer and a stoker. The engineer blew the whistle twice as he put it into gear. Bryce's smile broadened. This has always been a dream of mine ever since I was a little kid. Slow at first, the locomotive gained speed as it rolled down the tracks. Soon it thundered along. I'll head to Berlin, then turn it back to Baden, the engineer said. We had a breakdown right before the Christmas festival. Took this long to fix it. When we told the mayor, he said we can still use it. Congratulations, you two. I hope you enjoy your trip. It's amazing, Bridget said as her hair blew in the wind. She snuggled closer to Bryce. He opened his coat up and drew her in closer. When they arrived back in Baden, the mayor put the stepladder back down and they all climbed off. Bridget hugged the mayor and kissed Bryce. Thanks to you, I've had the happiest, most memorable Christmas day of my life. Merry Christmas, the mayor said. This has been Christmas at Last Chance Lodge. Written by C.E. Graham. Narrated by Sarah Jane Bookman. Copyright 2020 by C.E. Graham. Production copyright by C.E. Graham.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.